You can see the physical presence in the room of participants, but also have online participants. So we're just checking sound on the line too to make sure. So in the next 5 minutes, we will be starting. Thank you so much. I know. Just checking one, two. Can you hear me outside?
Not catching the way you'd like.
I don't remember. You were from this. No, that online. I had it there. Instead of just touching.
So simple. She had I'll that's
You tell us when you're ready. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thanks so much. The honor is here. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much. Your presence is very much appreciated. As I say back home, it's about which basically means we're very thankful for your presence. And it's not about just the idea of you being in this meeting, but the very existence of your space. Yeah, shows that there's some great work that you're doing. And we're hoping over the next 1.5 days, we're going to have some really great conversations around the topics at hand. My name is Kulakwashi Manjonjo. I am, as I said, from Zimbabwe, but my family is from Malawi. Grew up in South Africa, and I always consider myself an African, and we always consider ourselves that too. And I always like doing a short experiment to see which countries we have not been to on the continent and to see what we can do. As Djibouti. So, Dean, I work with Dean Power Africa. I'm doubting it's been to Djibouti. Yes. Think of another one. Have you not been to Mauritania? Chad. Okay. Central African Republic. Okay, okay. Man, okay, that's good. So another not travel country. Important. Any ideas? Madagascar? Surely someone with Madagascar. Yes, yes, yes. Great games, Oliver. Another interesting one. Swaziland? South Africa does not count. No, this experiment was just meant to show something that we always try appreciate the importance of being together in safe spaces to share experiences. I was joking with some comrades last night that I easily meet the weapon to stop myself from having a lot of headaches, but being in the same room with the thing can lead to better conversation, deeper, meaningful expectations from this conversation, and greater results. So I really appreciate the game visits here. And as I said, my name is Kulaman Jojo. I'm from Powership Africa. We are headquartered in Kenya, but we are around the continent, and we have the privilege of organizing this event with the AMDC, which is the Africa Mining Development Center, as well as Development United. And in this session, those two organizations are represented, sorry, by the as well as regarding uh, right here in front. You will see them during the session. That's it. I'd also then, of course, like to do the important official standings that are always important to welcome the honorable dignitaries that we have here. I'd like to get their names correct without fail. If I do get a name wrong, please maybe you have to just myself out and get one. But yes, honorable thank you so much for coming from our countries. We appreciate your presence here. Honorable Mohammed Fatis, thanks so much. Sutu, thank you so much for your presence here, as well as Honorable Simpas Katabelo. Thanks so much again for your presence. We also have another honorable later on, Milan Salishano. He's currently in another interview, but he will be joining us from our beautiful city of Kabara, Montana, and we'll be having to talk. So that's it. Let's get on to the main message that we have. My job is very much to be the organizer of this event and just to make sure that we're flowing. I put a lot of emphasis on trying to give us as much time to the conversation and not to pack. The reason being, I want us to have the feeling and understand that the importance of the session is you can think of where we are in terms of critical minerals and industrialization of continents. We're hoping to get hard questions, tough questions coming out of the space. We don't have to have the answers. But the important idea is to really critique where we are in terms of our continent, not just SADC. I know it sounds a bit, it's a lot of SADC focus, but not just SADC, but as a continent, where we are in terms of our plans for green industrialization as well as critical minerals. And I think I can go to my presentation. I'm not sure if I missed that question. I took this picture because I think it's about 2 weeks ago. President Stanley Noma moved on as a passed away. And why I'm interested about this picture is because I should never put the names right so that people guess who's who. But let me do that. We just give it a chance. Yeah, I know the picture. Dos Santos? Dos Santos. It was from the left is Stanley Noma, Kenneth Kaunda, Samora Machel, Julius Nyerere, Robert Mugabe, and Jose Dos Santos. And when he passed away, this picture reminded me that this generation has officially uh, none of the comments were in that picture are now still with us. But what they had was the what I call the burden of a vision. And at that time, the 1960s and 70s, the idea of African unification was very serious. it felt like it was by their fingertips. It was a very constant conversation that carried on, but that was taken over, of course, by the need or the expected outcome of national consolidation and national solidarity within the different countries. And as you know, the state-led approach became the main focus that we saw on the African continent. That's it. You also now new challenges that rose with the global powers and the forces that became a real threat in terms of how Africa understood itself and defined itself. And of course, as we now know, there's now the issue of climate change. That's it's very important within our discussion about critical minerals. And I'd like to, I think it's important to classify what we mean by critical minerals. I remember one of the first times I came, not I was in South Africa, but I was speaking with it's one comrade of mine. And they said, what do you mean critical minerals? Diamonds are critical minerals. Yeah. So it has to be part of the conversation. And I think in that conversation, realize that when we are speaking about critical minerals in this conversation, our focus really is on critical energy transition minerals. That basically means the minerals that we need to transition to green industrialization. So, for example, capacitation. So your solar panels, your electric vehicles, your electric buses. I try to focus on public transport rather than our SUVs to show that our imaginations have to be in the public focus. So that's what we people think about critical minerals, critical energy transition minerals. And that's what basically we can talk about more, of course, in detail as we go. And that's it. I think we all know that in November 6, 2024, a momentous occasion happened. The second coming of this President Trump. And that is to major shocks. And as I was telling some comrades last night as we were having dinner, recently Ukraine was given a deal and it was linked by the Daily Telegraph. And the deal was quite simple. I think they were supposed to come with about 50% of the euros. And there was a whole oil and gas, the whole natural resource conversation. And a colleague of mine that I met, the mining endeavor, and we were just talking on WhatsApp, said, this is interesting. This is a deal that Africa signs all the time. Why is this such a complicated thing when it comes to Ukraine? And that was interesting to me. That there was such uproar. They were talking about colonialism, economic colonialism within Europe, but within the African continent, we expect these things, with our nations. So I think this is the context and the climate in which these things are happening. And I think it gives us understanding and shows the necessity of how we need to move forward. Um, and I'll just move on to the next. You start tracking online. Okay. Can I get the last one? So delving more into the deeper meanings of why we're here for the next 2 days. When we were conceptualizing this dialogue session, we wanted to focus on two primary things. First of all, today is what we're calling Africa Day. It's not 25 May, yes, but we're trying to focus this day as the day we should focus on African issues when it comes to critical minerals and industrialization. And then that will be followed tomorrow by the South to South collaboration, which is the bigger theme dialogue. But we felt like we have to home it in, focusing on African issues, so that we can then really speak to the South collaboration from an African perspective, rather than, for example, global perspective looking as a as a result of the conversation, but rather starting within Africa and seeing how a South to South collaboration ends up like. So, like, in terms of that, the big idea that we have about Africa and development is to see how do we measure progress, our progress in terms of industrialization. That's a very big thing that's happening now. We want to now start moving the conversation forward. I think great work has been done by some people in this room actually, which is why we invited some people here to explain the necessity of critical minerals, to explain the necessity of industrialization. So we're trying to now move this conversation forward and ask this question: how do we measure our progress when it comes to green industrialization? So that's really what I want you guys to think about. There'll be a session at the end of tomorrow, which is going to focus on what we are calling the Green Industrialization Index. So I want you over the next 1.5 days to think about the criteria, or basically what when you dream about green industrialization, what do you like? We want to start developing the criteria, and it's just the first session over the next 6 months. Please note, we will not become Cameroon again. There will be webinars. It's very stressful getting people together, but it felt really important to have this conversation together here and start trying to imagine what that would be like. And that is why Uh, okay, sorry. How do we measure the progress? I put three indexes there. They're called indexes. I'll start with the one on the left. The Human Development Report of 1992. It was a major breakthrough in sociology, economics, political science, in terms of measuring how do we measure human development. And I think does anyone not know the HDR index in this room? So I can give them more to information. I'm sure honorables know about it because that's how they compete. It's always fun when you're the African Union where they say, have you seen that Burundi is now above Kenya or Kenya is now below South Africa? It was a measuring stick, a very important measuring stick in the 90s to show where we are in just human development. It's not as much as a political case study as much, but it was an important index to measure their progress, right? The corruption perception index. This is one done by Transparency International, and we all know about it. So it's one of the most popular ones, and that's what we're trying to imagine to see what does the green industrialization industry indexes at the end of the day are supposed basically what I call glasses, right? They're supposed to help you see a lens, use a lens to see a certain viewpoint in the society that we're measuring. They have billions of this literature certainty, but we're trying to build that's a bit more African. And through that, we're hoping to see stakeholders, not just civil society, but also industry. That's why we have industry researchers there to hear some of their concerns, to see what would that look like, what would make their lives a lot easier. But also got to start talking about what that would look like. And then the last one, yeah. This one is from this year. This is from Oxfam, Takers Not Takers. This was personally my inspiration when I was doing economics and computer science. The inequality report from Oxfam has become a standard bearer every January in civil society. We look forward to Oxfam. And we're hoping that through a collaborative process, through civil society, who will be willing to be part of building of this index, can see what that could look like. We don't want this to be a part of Africa or development imagined program. We want this to be as much as a collaborative process as much as possible. We don't have the greatest ideas. In my case, I don't have a lot of ideas at all. So I will basically work with the people who I believe have the ideas to see how that will look and turn out. Uh, so this is not to say we're working from no base. That would be very wrong. I'm sure my brother Nubi can testify. African Union already has what they call the Africa Industrialization Index. And if you like, I can share with you and the group. And the industrialization index is not common. I understand it was AU policies are not as common as they should be. But this was the starting point in terms of the idea of how do we measure our growth in Africa in terms of industrialization. That's it. And even in their reports, they do understand that it is not fully measured. It does not measure things, for example, like how do we actually look at value addition of our products. It does not measure things like environmental impacts. They do acknowledge these things. So we're hoping that also this index is not out here to just rampage and say, governments, you're doing nothing. That's not the idea. We want to contribute to the conversation as much as possible. So you'll see on the right side, there's a bit of a bigger graph. This table one from the 22 index, which is the composition of the current Africa industrialization index. It measures performance, direct determinants, and indirect determinants. So, for example, when they talk about performance, they look at manufacturing value added characters, right? Direct determinants, they look at labor, they look at school life expectancy. These are the things that you measure to see how actually are you moving forward with the conversation. We want to move this topic forward. We want to see what would create industrialization look like. Of course, with the lens of focusing on critical movements. So we're just part of the conversation, we're not the whole conversation. And we think that's a very important part to be in current moment. And then, as I mentioned, tomorrow is going to be about South-to-South collaboration. When we speak about South-to-South collaboration, we're talking about how can Africa work more vehemently with China? How can Africa work a lot more with Latin America, India, etc. There's a quotation at the bottom here. It says, when the elephant fights, the grass suffers. That's the common problem for Africa. But I've extended this because someone, I think about 3 months ago in a presentation, and they asked me this question. So why can we not work with the zebras, buffaloes, and riders? What they meant with that was that how come there's not enough collaboration, for example, between Zimbabwe and South Africa, between South Africa and Indonesia, which, for example, Indonesia is doing a lot when it comes to the transition to the green transition. So the question was, how can South-to-South collaboration be deepened? Are they Are there systems in place? Are there institutions in place for this to happen? So we want to have conversations along this. Can you carry on? Yeah, sure. Sorry. Lost me. That's the last one. Oh, the last one. Fantastic. So that's basically what the next 1.5 days will be. I hope it gives you some ideas in terms of what you want to share in the sessions. Please note this is not a full decision, which is basically the cleverest people tell you information. That's not the idea here. We're trying to dialogue. That's the key word. I hope we are not afraid to ask the hard questions. We're not afraid to precise statements or points made. The idea is to sharpen each other, sharpen the idea we have, so that when we meet this, with the mind, the work we want to do to handle the self collaboration as well as it, we are working from a base of knowing that some of these questions we have been asked and we know how to move the conversation forward in the spaces where we're going to go. That's it. I think that's enough for me to start now. There was an updated program, as you saw. I will not go into day by day. Point by point at the current moment. I will do this every morning, beginning of a morning session, beginning of an afternoon session, so that you just know what is happening. So, for example, right now we're going to have another opening remark, maybe it's a walk remark, and laying out situation. But my brother, give us more of a remark. And after that, my brother created this speaks a lot more about African Union strategy, which was launched, not launched, recently at the summit, as well as after the break, there's a conversation around community and labor within this voice. And we'll then take the conversations as we go. Please note the tea in between 10 and 10:30, I think. I'll be running around trying to make sure there'll be sufficient time for me to have tea, there'll be sufficient time for me to have lunch. And as I said, we really try to stretch. We don't want to have all the conversations had, but we want to have deeper conversations about the conversations that we have. That's a lot more important. That's why our schedule program is in light objection marks. The idea is to deepen the conversations. Hence, what the question and answer sessions are actually the most important parts of the sessions that we'll be having over the next few months. Thanks so much, and please, begin this event. Please make an approach.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you so much again for gracing us with your presence during this high-level policy dialogue. My name is Dean Pepe. I'm the Senior Just Transitions Advisor at PowerShift Africa. I wanted to first start by passing apologies from our Executive Director, Mohamed Ado, who couldn't make it. He would have loved to be here, but due to unfortunate circumstances, he couldn't make it, but he's with us in solidarity, and he thanks you for the time that you've taken to join us for this very important dialogue and discussion. Seeing that Kuda has already presented pretty much what we all come here for, I failed to realize why I was still here, because it's really captured the essence of why we're truly here and why this is very much important. But I think my job is to bring everyone back to reality, that in as much as we're pursuing this green industrialization framework, how do we also function within a space and a time where we've got what we call structural traps and structural issues across the African continent? And I think that's what I'll try and focus on, and we just set the tone around that. Looking at the idea around Power Shift Africa and the work that we do, I would want to touch on several key aspects as to how we function as a think tank, a think do tank across the African continent. The first aspect is acknowledging that we are trying to address intertwined challenges. Essentially, we're looking at over 1 billion and 55 countries. Africa is already a home to diverse economies, resources, ecosystems, and culture. Yet, decades after independence, countries continue to suffer from poverty, regional conflict, patriarchal oppression, economic insecurity, indebtedness, and a host of other impediments. And these and other structural crises are increasingly compounded by the climate collapse, and underpinning both are the challenges relating to energy, for example, and how the idea that we need to come to a space and time where Africa may scale up energy production and access while leapfrogging outmoded, dirty energy systems to modern, affordable, renewable energy systems. But how do we do that? Looking at the idea that we are also trying to address structural deficiencies. African economies currently suffer from at least three structural deficiencies that are constrained in terms of our developmental potential, in terms of our past and present. And how do we build and chart a path forward towards the future? Now, these three deficiencies are a lack of food sovereignty, a lack of energy sovereignty, and low value added content of exports relative to imports. So these deficiencies in turn contribute to structural trade deficits, weakened African currencies, and pressure to issue debt denominated in foreign currencies, resulting in more indebtedness. Faced with depreciating currencies and rising import prices, African governments typically historically have resorted to subsidizing necessities and artificially maintaining exchange rates by accumulating more debt. Thus, the vicious cycle continues across the African continent. Nigeria is currently servicing 67% against its GDP. Mozambique is at roughly 63%. Senegal is at 65%. All of these countries are servicing a debt towards their gross domestic product and leaving under 35% to only fundamentally input in the fundamental building blocks of development. So if we're looking at health, if we're looking at infrastructure, if we're looking for education, for example, in most African countries are just functioning with under 35% against their GDP. And that alone is also its problem. So how do we root our vision of what we are trying to do here by creating this pan-industrialization, a pan-African green industrialization framework while rooting this vision on our rich history? Now, Africa's structural crises are rooted in its history, as I said, and colonialism, something that must be acknowledged, has molded our African economies and societies to meet labor and material needs of Western industrialization and development. So, if you look at the post-colonial efforts to correct these imbalances, we need to see an increase in our independence, that value addition that Udo was talking about earlier on, and how do we nurture infant industries that were curbed by energy crises and structural adjustment policies. If we look at the structural adjustment policies again, we take a history tour at 1945 when we had the Bretton Woods system. There was no African country independent at that time. And that same system is still determining how we actually determine how economics is understood in Africa and how the fiscality of our financial space flows in and out of the global south to the global north. Now, the question we need to ask ourselves is why we're allowed in the 21st century to still allow a system as Africa that perpetuated inequality and colonialism to thrive again within this space that we're in, which is why, today African countries continue to depend on exporting primary products, resulting in economies that are just fragile, vulnerable to shocks, and highly dependent on external factors. I mean, essentially, we've become producers of what we consume, and we consume what we don't produce. So, what is the renewal of Africans' vision? We need to break free from these traps and manage a rapidly change of external context. Africa needs that renaissance, a new idea of leadership, how we would understand and build on existing plans that already exist, Agenda 2063 being one of them. How can we renew a vision that is centered on development with a people-centered approach framed in the values of what it means to be African and culture-focused on meeting the needs of every African, centering that on social justice and feminism and meaningful progress? How can Africa's vision for itself be complemented by a more assertive international role, including South-to-South collaboration, which will be our main theme tomorrow, self-reliance, a more robust engagement within our geopolitical space, systematic reform of international architecture to address the global and, African challenges as we know them. And in all of this, we look at how energy has played such a big role across multiple sectors. The choices that Africa makes about its energy systems today would essentially determine other aspects of development. So fit for purpose, modern and low carbon energy provisions must be at the center of this. But the system must provide accessibility, affordability, reliability, and most importantly, because we are in a climate collapse, how do we make this system sustainable to meet the needs of the 600 million people that are currently lacking electricity access as an overriding priority for development? In order for us to achieve this goal, we need to move away from dirty energies towards a more modern integrated energy solution to take advantage of Africa's renewable energy potential. So how do we ensure African ownership and agency in these initiatives? How do we integrate energy systems into the design of wider developmental objectives? How do we establish clear policy guidelines, priorities, such as clean cooking, diversification of energy generation and ownership? How do we even provide a scope for the delivery of energy as a common good to genuinely foster energy democratization? And how do we ensure stakeholder participation, not equality, but equity and sufficiency in terms of energy use? And as we pursue that, we need to look at how we need to avoid the different misguided developmental policies. If we look at the mainstream development policies, they masquerade currently as solutions, but these are in fact structural traps that are there to exacerbate the crisis. So measures to increase low value added exports, increase in tourism, or even the idea around encouraging foreign direct investment. These often increase importation of food that's costly, fuel that's costly, intermediate inputs, and even capital equipment. So outbound immigration seeks to increase, as we would imagine, the remittances that we get from outside of Africa. And this in turn causes a ripple effect that actually worsens the brain drain across the African continent. So how do we liberalize our financial systems and invite speculation in terms of how to mitigate instability in a manner that is truly in touch with what it means to be African and according to our lived experiences, both of our history and our present, and looking at the idea of how privatization generates revenues for foreign entities that are often repatriated then abroad. So the idea is the scale of resources in order for us to achieve this is definitely unprecedented. And the dominant narrative is that Africa lacks the resources, and so will the need to borrow more and more to fund this idea. So, in fact, as well as addressing the highlighted structural traps, we need to come to a space where we have a range of tools to enhance the generation of domestic resources over time. One is to address the lack of productive capacity, such as skilled labor, the technical know-how, and also how do we begin to scale up production without adding to the need for external inputs or debt. So complementing this creation of more accountable markets and institutions by addressing market concentration and abusive practices that misallocate resources, we seek to address several key factors across the African continent. How do we then think around scaling up the finance portfolio through existing mechanisms such as multilateral climate funds? How do we initiate new measures such as the global programs to support renewable energy deployment? How do we deploy innovative financial resources, such as financial transaction taxes, your redirection of subsidies, your special terrain rights, which actually, for example, SDRs have been quite phenomenal in terms of how they've worked out in times of crises. Because if you look at COVID-19, the only reason why Africa tapped into the COVID-19 vaccine on time was because we tapped into the special drawing rights. And the question is then, how can we replicate something similar since we are going through an energy crisis and beyond an energy crisis, a developmental crisis? And in between those two, we are ongoing a climate collapse. And how do we also improve the regulation of transnational corporations and tax evasion? Currently, Africa is losing over 2 trillion per year around illicit financial flows. And that is the current space that we're currently living in, which is why it's important to ground something on this green industrialization framework. And we look at the narrative surrounding energy transition minerals. For example, your cobalt, your lithiums, and your copper, it often paints Africa as a sleeping giant. And it's a country or a region really that's poised to capitalize on the global shift towards clean energy. But the continent holds a significant portion of these resources, and that's very clear. A fact that has actually not been lost by the African Development Bank, who already established and proposed this novel idea around the African units of account, which are backed by these very minerals. And the AU, as I would call it, is envisioned in a manner of a non-circulating currency that aims to attract green investments by mitigating the currency risks that have plagued African economies. Now, however, this vision of mineral-backed prosperity, it does raise several critical questions, something that I hope we'll also discuss. Firstly, is Africa truly prepared to manage the environmental and social consequences of large-scale mineral extraction? The history of mining on the continent is rife with examples of environmental degradation, human rights abuses, and corruption. And without robust regulatory frameworks, transparency in governance, community engagement, The pursuit of energy transition minerals could exacerbate existing inequalities and create new environmental disasters, which is why we need to get this right from the onset. How do we create a new economic model for Africa that is not extractive in nature? The other question we need to ask is, can Africa escape the resource curse that has afflicted so many mineral-rich nations across the African continent? The continent's historical experience is a cautionary tale of how natural resources in terms of the wealth can lead to economic stagnation, political instability, and even social unrest. And to avoid this fate, Africa needs to prioritize, as Buddha again mentioned, and I'll see it again, value addition, investing in local processing, manufacturing industries that seek to capture a greater share of the mineral value chain. Exporting raw materials, ladies and gentlemen, only perpetuates the continent's dependence on external markets and limits its potential for economic diversification. So how do we create an economic model where Africa leverages its current energy transition minerals to tap into the right financing needs in order for us to move forward towards not only just renewable energy, but development as well? On that note, thank you very much. I would like to invite Mpulile Ngube from the African Minerals Development Center to come speak with us about how well they're doing for the continent. And thank you so much again. Let's give him encouragement as he walks up very slowly.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Yes, one person is there. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Right. I will start with apologies from Dr. Marit for the organizers. I'm pretty sure would accept that she tried to do all she could to make it. But as usual, decision make decisions that she will end up not making it to places like this. I then convey these apologies on her behalf. She definitely would love to be with us today, physically, but in spirit, I'm sure she is with us. Now, the task that I've been given is one that I'm trying to. It's an assignment that's been carrying for 2020. But fortunately, we do not have the African Union strategy. But then we had knowledge of Africa mining. By show of hands, in all honesty, there is no wrong or right answer. How many people have attempted going through the Africa mining? That's a honest reflection of what the country is and the outcomes of this for a discussion on this scenario that we have. The Africa Mining Vision in 2009 was agreed to, implemented by the African heads of state, all 55. We had the newest member state being South Sudan. It joined in before we celebrate how Africa was going to. This term that we do not like using that to be used, this term called resources. Calling it a curse makes it seem supernatural or out of our own. And yet, by demonstration of this move, if we really wanted to control our destiny, all have read Africa Mining Vision. 2009, 2024. We're in 2025, 16 years later, and we are now actually redoing the Africa Mining Vision Action Plan. So there's reading the Africa Mining Vision, and then there's being aware of the action plan. Africa Mining Vision is a very beautiful, lofty set of words that really evoke a certain level of Pan-Africanism within you. to say, yes, we are holding our destiny in our hands. But like all visions, you get a plan. It's an actual action plan that came in 4 years after. And that was 2013. Yeah, it started in 2011. Then it was officially taken up in 2013, which is where AMTC itself then came to be, because the action plan needed someone to run it, needed someone to coordinate it, needed someone to ensure that we are on track. So I'm giving you a history because not everyone understands where the Africa mining vision came from and how the current African green mineral strategy is linking to that African mining. So from 2013, we've been trying to ensure that the action plan to implement the Africa mining vision is on track. That is the job of the African Minerals Development Center. We are not the African Mining Development Center. Because minerals development and mine development are two very separate entities. Nomenclature is a very big thing in this industry, and you will understand why I'm pushing for this particular narrative. Ask understand why we have nomenclature being one of the things we should always be aware of. Because it will come back to the issue of critical minerals, strategic minerals, green minerals, which are going to critical. So we're the African Minerals Development Center, not the African Mines Center, because there are people beyond the continental shelf. Upon hearing that there is an African Mining Development Center, approaches us, right, and speaks to how we can help them set up mining entities on the continent based on the fact that they have now acquired finance for particular minerals. So they are coming with money to set up mines. And that is what an African mine center did. We are not here to perpetuate the problem that we are trying to address. We are here to perpetuate solutions and progress against what seems to be a resource case. Once again, do not like that when there's a for we control the narrative of how we are going to push development. So we are the African Minerals Development Center, not the African Mining Center. The African Green Mineral Strategy accelerated from 2013 to 2025 has fortunately at the end of this year's summit, where we have a new commission, it adopted as Africa's developmental pathway using quotes critical minerals. We will not call them critical minerals for two things. Well, two things that I'll mention now. It's for multitude. Number one, when they speak to issues of criticality, when people refer to critical minerals, they're speaking to how it is critical to economies and economic development. Right? I don't know how many people know how many African countries are above middle income status by show of hands. We know how many countries are above middle income status by show of hands. Because what we want in this world is to come up with actionable ways of supporting Africa's development. In this case, using critical mineral. But we have to know where we're starting. How many people know how many African countries are above income status? In the room by show of hands. No one. But we are in here. There's no wrong answer to this, no right answer. But we are here to ensure that African countries are going above income status, but we don't know which ones they are. Right? Food for thought. So, when you then speak to critical minerals, you're speaking in the same narrative of countries that understand where they stand on income for their citizens. If it's a region, they know where they stand on the income of the region. A European region, an ASEAN region, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, right? The Australasia region, they all know where they stand. So when they tell you they have criticality aligned to particular the Americans, of course, is when they speak to the criticality of minerals, they know what it means to get them or maintain high income status levels of their countries, of their citizens. We are not even above middle income, but we want to call this critical when we are not aware of economic fundamentals that push minerals to criticality. Has anyone in this room ever heard of a mineral called niobium? By show of hands. Okay. it will be an indictment if you don't. Molybdenum, niobium, right? These are minerals that when we are speaking to criticality of the aerospace industry, of the so-called EV industry that we all want to tap into, we have to be very aware of where they're going to come from, how they are processed, who has the capacity to process them, and how they are stored. That's just elements of the industrialization. When we speak to value addition, we say we want to do value addition. How many people see these are going to be questions that we should all be taking our heads. Hopefully we'll be able to respond to them. How many people know how much power is required to create a solar cell? Solar cell.
Or cell.
But we all agree that solar power is what is Africa's future because of the amount of radiation is a huge sun power that heats the continent. But very few of us actually know what it takes to use solar cell. And I say this because you should realize when you're processing, solar cells are made from sand in a very basic situation. It's sand. You walk out there, you bump into sand, meaning you're standing on the very raw materials that are required to push Africa's 600 people from light poverty. Right. So we speak of value addition, of niobium, of molybdenum, and of lithium. And yet we work on sand as no one is asking, but why are we not creating solar cells from the sand? And if we can, what does it take for us to ensure that we do this for the rest of it? So these are the value addition conversations and realities we need to be aware of. So for you to actually create a solar cell, you need power that is constant 24 to 48 hours as you are melting that sand to become silica, to become a certain amount of silica wafers. What I've just mentioned is something that is very rare enough. 24 hours with uninterrupted power. How many in this room are coming from the country that does not have school sheet?
Our visitation.
So there is 24 hours of power, there is 24 hours of constant power. You can have power, then you can have browning. For those who are electrical engineers, we all know what browning is. Right? When you are told it's 220 to 240 volts, that is in that socket. But then browning happens when you get to 200 volts. You are under 220 to 240 volts. At 200 volts, you are now browning. These lights, for those, well, not these lights, these are not the ones that we used to use light bulbs, tungsten light. They would go dim and then it would seem like the room is brown. That's where the term brown. If you have any element of browning in the process of creating a silicon wafer, it becomes second grade, third grade silicon wafer, meaning it is not worth its salt in creating solar panel. So don't talk about hot sheet. Think of brown. Think of the fact that you have 24 hours, 220 to 240 volts coming to that particular manufacturing element that's creating that solar cell. In Africa, do we have this? As my friend Hello would say, have we done our homework? Because if we do not know this and we are clamoring for value addition, if we do not know that we need power for value addition, and not just power, constant power, undisturbed power, then we are not yet ready because we are going to shout at value addition. That's why in 2009 we had the Africa Mining Vision. 2025, people can gladly tell you I don't know it. Because if it had moved an inch towards being understood, everyone will start looking up. No one reads on things that they do not feel are unattainable. So power in itself is part of the conversation. So all this to say, green industrialization, African green mineral strategy, it will need power for us to industrialize, but we will need clean power. Another element of people not understanding why China is world's factory. The amount of coal, oh, by the way, I digress. One of the most functional constant power producers is a coal-fired power station. Think about that when you start talking about greenhouse gas emissions. Talk about decarbonized machine. Think about the other contender is hydrogen. Right? Think about the fact that nowadays no constant. There are countries that are deserts but are now flooding. There are countries that used to be green but are now turning into deserts. Meaning you have to know where to place your hydro power station that has no effects or is not going to suffer from the effects of climate change. That is why India, one of those white elephant myths that we want to attain, it's being fought off, but thinking it can be done. So, hydropower, coal power, two of the sources of ensuring that we have constant power. How much do we have of coal reserves on the continent? Even I do not think. But I can assure you that we have enough to industrialize ourselves if we are serious about setting up thermal power stations. Both our power stations are thermal power stations. It's either that or the other one is nuclear. We have the capacity to go nuclear. Do we have enough nuclear scientists on the continent? Or are we ready to import nuclear capacity to ensure that we create nuclear powered stations? I'm pretty sure if you say yes to that question in 10, 15 years, the answer that I say, but how come nothing has happened? Ensuring that we are being image as for Russia, China, and forcing in terms of South-South cooperation. There are some South-South cooperation countries that are now building their capacity towards Africa is not ready. Always this issue to summer disarming ourselves from nuclear proliferation is done in no independence. So we have no say, and we still don't have an opinion on whether or not we can use nuclear power for our own development. That's a discussion for now. The green mineral strategy requires all these elements I was speaking to touching on. I have not gone deep. I have just been ensuring that we all invoke our mindsets in knowing what it needs to be achieved. The green mineral strategy is a distillation of the Africa mining vision, but in such a manner that it focuses on the minerals that will be considered as the green industrialization minerals. 20 years from now. I speak of 20 years because that's the reason why some people are saying, how come you're picking the issue of green? Why aren't you just critical? Because criticality is dependent on your economic development. And as it stands, the world's trajectory is ensuring that we will no longer be using dirty fuels in 2030. So even if you have coal, unless you are developing engineers who are stuck in ensuring that the only use technologies are going to move beyond the usage of coal or beyond the usage of a certain type of fuel. And as such, the reason for that is decarbonization. So when we refer to the green mineral strategy, we know in 20, 30 years, it is very likely we will have been the first region on the continent, right, to get thought of creating a strategy linked to green industrialization. Everyone else is referring to decarbonization, is referring to all these other terms, but they are ensuring they stick to the term critical. Because at the end of the day, this issue of fiscal sovereignty is what is linking financing to these scenarios. Anyone ever heard of the term greenwashing? You see. Because that's those are the things you read. So greenwashing is very much at play on the issue of critical minerals. Because who can trace that Indonesia's nickel? I have absolutely no problem with that. If anything, it is merely the model of how we do things. Save for the fact that Indonesia gives us an example of what it means to verify. The amount of environmental degradation that is applied to Indonesia's ability to get value is something we should not aspire to. And yet at the same time, we want to speak to value. So we need to balance out who we move towards with what we feel is actually going to be our own narrative. And that's why the green mineral strategy will remain as the green mineral strategy. It was an interesting debate during the Africa Mining with good old Wendy Matash, who was saying, explain to me why we're not calling it critical. It's critical to our development. We couldn't argue against it. Because when you look at South Africa, and South Africa's economic development, and South Africa's trajectory, and you refer its peers in other regions. South Africa is every right to be speaking to it. But the rest of the continent, do we really have that luxury? Question that we know the answer to. So we are way ahead of ourselves in a good way by having a green mineral strategy. You may not see it now, just like in 2009 when the Africa Mining Vision and technocrats like Dr. Oliver trying to explain to the rest of the continent that we are going to win this thing. And yet it is only in 2024 that other regions like ASEAN are now asking entities to come and tell them how an ASEAN mining vision can come to be. They say prophets are celebrated well beyond their need. Because unfortunately, reality is AMDC being your own baby definitely suffered from that particular application. And yet we have to travel all the way to Asia, to Saudi Arabia, to demonstrate how Africa has been at the forefront of functional minerals development, of a new way of doing things for the benefit of the people and the citizens, but in a manner that ensures that environmental sustainability dysfunction. This was not of 2009. There were people who were talking about other initiatives that have long gone and died down. The invigorated to want to work with the AMF. This is the only joy of having institutional memory that we have. We have seen enemies turn into allies because the AMF has stood the test. We only wish our own citizens were also part of the defenders, because surely it can't just be an institution that is giving the law to traffic. But anyway, I guess that's why we are being. Someone has to do his job. Indices. So, as I am wrapping up, indices. So the Africa Mining Vision has additional tools. We have the African Minerals Governance Framework, for those who are aware of it. And I think with assessments also for those who don't know, the African Mineral Governance Framework is a monitoring and evaluation tool of how far we have gone with AMV. You can do it from a regional perspective, but we mainly focus on country perspectives because the joyous of it, every country wants to make sure they have nature of their own destiny at hand. And yet we were split up by virtue of colonization. But it's okay to classify progress. The African Minerals Governance Framework aids in that. Measure yourselves in terms of how you achieve African vision, where you have deficiencies. If you feel you need support, come to AMDC, help you, work with you, work together in ensuring that you plug the gaps. If it's not with AMDC, you can do it with yourselves, amongst your own institutions. The joy of sovereignty. We are hoping from this front, TGNA is not a plan. It didn't make it. So we're hoping that together with TJ and Tax Justice Network Africa, we'll have a dashboard, right, which everyone in this room can be part of in terms of development, seeing how countries are faring in African migration based on the AMGIF assessments. We have done 5 so far. We're in the process of doing another 4. And this year we are fortunate enough to be 6, right? Inclusive of South Africa and Nigeria, the 2 biggest powerhouses continental Africa, and that was a very targeted piece. If we see disparities in terms of how things is going to South Africa and how it is based on Nigeria, then we can start talking about, or we can raise awareness based on how people want to see AMV. So the green mineral strategy, like I'm saying, is a distillation AMV. We have potential indices we can set up using the AMGIF. We have the issue of fiscal sovereignty, debt service. We have an African Credit Rating Agency that is in the process of being set up. Very few people can see how that is going to be development. I'll try to put it simply. The biggest FDI that comes into any mining country is beyond the shores of the country. Just because there is alignment of capital markets that are here on the continent. And those capital markets stand geological survey exploration and results that are within an African country. But you can't bank it in that African country. Financing from that African country and stuff to what is required over 20-25 years. So then have to break all of those or aligning to another capital market, especially when it comes to the cheap source of finance. So it's always a problem. So when it comes to issues of this kind of, I always say Why do we get surprised when people are repatriating funds to build the coach the seed fund? When you are an investor, you yourself, when you are an investor, explain to me why you want that money that you have invested to everything is being shared by you because your neighbor is poor. You invested, you need dividend. So illicit financial flows, yes, we will deal with them, but what does it mean by the motivation? The African Credit Rating Agents be one of those institutions that will help us to ensure that financing comes from local finance and we start dealing with our own narrative of fiscal. Finance, Agenda 2063. How many of us have read Agenda 2063? By show of hands. Africa's development is Agenda 2063. Africa Mining Vision is mineral development based. Agenda 2063 is like a post report. If we are going to be looking on things to improve ourselves, we need to try any contributions. What has to be else there? Agenda 2063 is on that note, this is nothing more than just a motivational speech for the next 48 hours. There are very technical issues we can get into when it comes to the green infrastructure. We can go to get pound for pound for it. Hopefully, but we need to have the background of some exchange that I'm speaking off the cuff. So not a prepared response. But I think that being a dialogue, like you say, it's not like that's it. Being a dialogue, it has to be a very fluid. There are no wrong questions, there are no wrong answers. Let's just sharpen each other's minds based on where we come from. If you work on tax, you're within the AGS. If you're a finance person, you're in the AGS. A geologist, you are the basis of the AGS. A policy maker, you have to ensure that the aim is on amongst your peers. Like the African Development Center requires ratification. 15 member states. And we only have 4. Which are Zambia, Mali, Guinea, and Nigeria. The first 15 member states are going to be the founding member states of the African Development Center. And those founding member states are more or less going to set the Security Council. So we have policymakers in power. We can decide to interest in ensuring that your countries are advanced. That's all.
Thank you so much to Mkululi from MPC. In the spirit of a dialogue and in the spirit that for the first time in history we are cruising smoothly in terms of time, we are going to open up the floor to questions directed to anyone that has spoken in the past hour. It could be a question, it could be an intervention, it could be a point of clarity, it could be excuse me, sir, or excuse me, ma'am. Please feel free. There's a roaming mic, so let's please engage. Let's dialogue. Probably good and think you could both come sit up front in case there are any questions directed to any of you. I already see a few hands. The gentleman who was in a country where there's no load shedding will go first. So maybe the mic can pass to him first, and then we'll go to you, sir. Any other hands? And then to Maria, then Adrian.
It's so much content is my name. I'm from Zambia. The African mining piece. So, what's the status we have an approved uh, strategy or still a draft for the after the strategy? So is it approved or structured? And second, what are the challenges with getting the manufacturers? Never really case should be get the manufacturers. Thirdly, it's financing. Financing.
My name is Mr. from Southern Africa and Resource Watch. I've got a question is this. Let me leave that if you can. It's around the industrialization, the question of value chain. I think I was very optimistic about the topics. So because each time I tried was to talk outside these rooms. Okay. And we met with a lot of skills. Resilient and yes. Yeah. Say okay. And beneficiate this. So there's a communication. Just to have a conversation, either you're told immediately or you walk out of the room just feel you did not really provide some context in the issues around that. So my question is, do we have legacy projects where we can say this is an example of a value chain integrated into global value chain, but it's either regional or continental. Yeah, but I say it because you also mentioned clear that power. So if you take an example of ferrochrome, the chronic sector is that's because of power and other market on volatility. Which fell. Some change fell because of that. So let me stop there since it's very so that I can answer myself.
Um, you mentioned the minerals governance framework, which is an eminent framework, right?
Yeah.
And you said it focuses on country perspectives. And I'm wondering, how do you account for regional cooperation? Because no one country can control the mineral resources. So there's something, how does that work if it's focused solely on the national level?
Thank you to the presenters. My name is Adrian Joseph. I represent the South African Institute of International Affairs. It's a think tank based in Johannesburg. To the NBC speaker, could you maybe say a little bit more about the African Green Minerals Observatory? That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Let's take those questions and short so we can get another round. I hope next round was something for good as well. That's what you want.
So let me start with Saya. An apology for the room. So Saya is actually a very seminal partner in ensuring that we have the African Minerals Observatory, which is a repository of information that works towards ensuring that we can partly answer what Dave is asking. But you know how to speak to what the AGMO is about, right? We will give them a chance to actually give probably a 5 to 10 minute description of it. I think it's only fair. I would not do justice to how we see it and how they've actually done this, like I'm saying, massive amount of work to get the AGM out. So hopefully you'll be able to speak to it. And then in terms of regional cooperation on the AMGIF, yes, you are very right. But remember, this is also the same situation with AMV itself. When we came with the AMV, we came in from a regional perspective, attempting to ensure that regionalism was at the core of implementing the AMV. That's why when I speak to the terms of unity, I smile and chuckle. Because if there is one thing that African countries are very good at reminding you, is that they are sovereign states. So when you speak to when they are waiting and they are not working well. As a rich, they'll tell you, no, 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 no. My country is doing good. No, 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 no. My country is doing good. So you then give them a tool where they assess themselves. And you say, tell us where you're doing. I can assure you, when it comes to mineral development, and you want to tell yourself, in addition to telling yourself that you are lying, you will do it in a very loud voice. Right? But the idea is not for us to lambast anyone. The idea is to have the countries understand that their shortcomings definitely have a regional component. And that's why it's a self-assessment. There is nothing better than a mirror to tell you that you've smashed it. If I tell you you've smashed it, you're going to come to it. But when you're by the mirror, you're doing it by yourself and you get out of that room and you're like, I know my lipstick is perfect. And if it means you're standing in a room of legends, right? You're doing so loud and proud. So that thought process of why the energy then comes from a country perspective. Let the countries tell themselves and understand where they are failing, but they won't necessarily shout it out. They'll then realize that the AMV hires regionals and regional cooperation. This is something that I am unfortunate to be speaking to it, but the person who actually explained it to this like me is the late Paul. So he explained it to me that, unfortunately for him, he was coming from a society background. And he says there is nothing more loud than civil society in countries telling governments that they are failing, but they never come with solution. So the joy of this is the country itself, its own government, or civil society, or the they can go through those questions and then they'll see that they have to work with the region, they have to partner. Even if you want to suppress your civil society, there's going to come a point in time when you realize the power of civil society. And that's what the archive is supposed to. If you go through the whole 100, I think it's the I don't even know what English. You will realize at the end of the day, mineral development is not just about private sector has to be involved. Civil society is required to protect the private, right? Lawyers are supposed to be there to ensure that you're sticking it out when it comes to tax provisions from companies that are coming to the country. The holistic nature of the arm chief is such that, yes, it seems like it's a country-focused document, but in that focusing on the country, countries are then going to realize regionalism. On industrialization and communication concern, yes, as AMDC, we are trying to do legacy projects. There's something that we should also learn. The world is a very competitive place. If there are people who are running in a rigged race, but are being told, run, 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 you can win, you can win. That's people who are on the country. Let's start with what I mentioned earlier. Finance. Just by mere financing, you're going to acquire financing on the continent at above 10%. You're competing with a multinational that is getting 100 times the amount of money you require for your project at less than half the cost. So there are people who we are working with in what we are calling the Afro Hackathon. It's aptly termed hackathon because we are hacking. For those who know IT, we all know what hackers are. People who cheat the system. So we're working with people who are cheating the system. Because the system is real. We do have legacy projects. Some of them we've been mentioning. If you follow our, what you call it, if you follow our LinkedIn page, there are people that we are publicly celebrating, but there are others we can't publicly celebrate. Because once you publicly celebrate, the government will come hard. And merely because they just want Africa to. So yes, we do have Some of them we will actually discuss here. And the Afro Hackathon initiative we will discuss here. Everyone in this room can actually support that Afro Hackathon initiative. And then HMS, yes, it's actually going to, it's already been adopted. We just have to go through the process of it going through the internal, what do they call it? At the end of the day, the chairperson is going to sign the outcomes of the summit, and the AGMS is the referee. What we can do for ratification. We have had interesting ways of dealing with ratification. We went to Nigeria for 24 hours and we got our ratification. The number of trips I made to a certain East African country. The number of trips and the number of trips I made to a certain Southern African country. And I did not move. If anything, I regressed in terms of ratification. So I don't know what the formula is, but our formula is we keep pressing. We keep pushing, we keep mentioning ratification until someone hears something. Particular West African country actually ratified and forgot that the ratification process means you are submitting ratification instruments to the AUC. So we have a ratified country that is sitting on ratification documents in its own country. So we can't say we have 5 ratified member states, we have 4. But to them, they are celebrating that they ratified. Parliamentarians here can understand the situation. Right? If you attorney general sits on something, it will not be law. And you'll only discover it when you're in a court of law. But I keep doing things illegal. But then it was said, my friend, but it was it. So that's the challenge with ratification, but everyone in here is a proponent of ratification. And if you know who to speak to, if you know who to push the needle with, I think we can do it. And hopefully we'll be able to get ratification done. And then on finance, once you understand the financing value chain for minerals projects, you understand that the source of our financing is going to come from the work that you did. Unfortunately, as an AMTC, we now have what we're calling the African Minerals Energy and Resource Classification Framework that incorporates what we call the Pan-African Resources Reporting Code. And that actually aligns to our ability to link to African capital markets, which have to be set up. Everyone in this room has to have some form of partner or knowledge of an individual who can invest in the stock market in their own country. Unfortunately, we only have 28 stock markets in each nation, but it's in 55 countries actually. But it's okay. There's an association of security exchanges that is being set up. Actually, it exists. It's in Kenya. Once it is working, functional, financing, aligning to the African financial institutions, we are yet to have our own African central bank. We are yet to have our own African Investment Bank. We are here to have our own African Monetary Fund. These are all instruments that, as much as they are developed, when they are fully developed, that financing will start coming from us. Until then, we have to hack our way to progress. Fortunately, we are one document at a time. American Park exists, and that is our first hack as a tool. So that's that. Those are the questions.
Yeah, I can answer this one. Okay. Yeah, just a quick one for David. I think coming from civil society in terms of speaking to other stakeholders around validation, I think on the African continent, they've been read about this. I always use the Zimbabwe example. The industrialization bill in 2009 was produced. It was something that was seen as the worst decision ever. The Zimbabweans were saying, oh, you're not doing land reform mines, you know, and it was seen as a bad thing. But now, because the political climate has changed, it now seems as if Zimbabwe is able to stop. But now what's happening in the African continent, I think, is that notion of being burnt, first of all, And also the investors that the colleagues talk about, they're not seeing Africa industrializing, they're seeing us as part of the supply chain to industrialize in Europe and in USA. I always talk about the EU policy right now, the EU raw materials policy. It's very clear, but it's like they might talk about cooperation, but the cooperation seems to stop as supply chain, not as value addition. So our African leaders are now basically getting into this. They're not getting to the value chain; they're getting into the supply chain as the form of least resistance. At least from the conversation that the point of ratification that was bothered I am very adamant that we have to ratify the MOU. For me, from a point of regional integration, I do believe the AU is the best institution available to make this happen. That's why we have Nicodemus invited our members of parliament here to see when start those conversations in parliament, see what would ratification be like that's involved, in Lesotho, in Namibia, Mozambique, Madagascar, and see we start the conversations. Do you know they've been done in some of those countries? How do we beat them up again and take it?
Morning, everybody. Thank you so much. I just have one question. My name is Mutata Tlengetwa, and I'm a specialist in artisanal small scale mining. I just want to know, does the African Green Mineral Strategy speak to artisanal and small scale mining and its potential? If so, what does it say? And if not, why is it none?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Esther. I'm a policy world. Thank you so much for the chance. Actually, you have been an eye opener for some of us. I'm concerned about the services of this in Africa because there's so much can do as African countries, but whatever we get, it goes towards repayment of debt. So we remain poor and poorer and poorer and poorer. And then also the issue of conflicts. Wherever we have these mineral-rich countries, we find that I don't want to put countries, I just because each country is sovereign. But we know that wherever you find countries very rich, conflicts are being planted. The other issue is instead of us talking as African countries, why can't we talk of geography? Why can't we talk of harnessing what wind power, solar power? Why should we go away? Well, we do have the natural resources. We do have an abundance of renewable energy resources. Then I agree with the issue of regionalism. For example, when it comes to power production, when we operate as a region, it is more effective because the able to with the stability of power comes about. So the issue of regionalism is very, very critical, and going forward, it is very, very critical to as policies.
Morning, everyone. Enormous care from South News in South Africa. There's a couple of reflections slash questions. We know about it. We need to do our homework, and we do it well. Well, you ask us a few questions, and then I have few reflections on that. I mean, do we know about companies like MMC? Do you know about MMC? Do you know about PSA? These are African champions. MMC, the only company in the world outside of China refining manganese to battery grade. Only company in the world. It's in South Africa. PSA, it's Morocco. 95% state-owned company controlling the full state value chain all the way to fertilizer. Just two examples of two champions we could learn from, we could emulate. Have we identified champions in each and every of our country? And what we can learn from them and what you can get to emulate their experience. I think that's something that I ask for everybody. Then secondly, what are we doing to develop upward demand?
Yeah.
I feel like often it's only a supply discussion. We need to get more supply, but it's still kind of, oh, we want better supply dynamics, but still supply an external demand. What are we doing to on demand for renewable energy, for battery, for finance, for infrastructure? You heard it. There is no beneficiation without 24-hour power, without proper infrastructure, without proper knowledge. There are more battery specialized PhD in the leading battery companies in the world, CATL, than in the entire African continent combined. In just one company in China, they have more PhDs, okay, than in the entire continent. So what are we doing to develop this capability? And then if we can't do that by one country, then how do that collectively? Because no country can do that today. And so, what are we also doing to maybe work a little bit more with, I guess, the values of this product? Bring them on board. It's kind of a competition in terms of the relationship, but effectively, these are the existing relationships that we have. So, how do we kind of bring them to the discussion board? So, just some comments and reflections of saying, well, how do we think a little bit more differently about solving? Thanks.
Hi, my name is Judy Hofmeyer. I'm from the Africa Policy Research Institute. So my own research interests lies in the local impact of green industrialization and mining and heavy industry. And I always find these conversations very interesting because, of course, we speak about a certain type of progress that's really, really important to change the lives of millions of Africans. But a lot of that progress, the cost thereof is born or carried at a local level. So we know that even though mining can have lots of benefits, the cost of mining is heavily localized. And so, I like your point of saying we shouldn't emulate Indonesia necessarily as like the perfect example of industrialization value addition to its minerals, because we need to draw a line somewhere socially, environmentally. But to what extent is the AMDC looking at the very much the detailed level complexities of that? Because we know that it's not as if there are we know what a socially environmentally costly practice looks like, something that creates a lot of pollution, but we actually only see degrees from that. It's not as if there's a perfect solution on the other side. We need to decide how much land use is too much land use. In which areas is the land use unacceptable and where is it okay? What is consent to land use? How do we protect cultural and natural heritage? How much pollution is too much pollution? Where does the waste go? How do we deal with waste? How much dust is too much dust? A lot of these impacts, it's about, at a local level or regulators at a domestic level deciding what is the standard what's the line that we're not going to cross? And to what extent is AMDC working on our own African standards for these types of practice? I think, especially in the mining industry, because it is dominated by foreign powers, we're also standard takers. It's these kind of performative things. If companies do X, Y, then we're good. But they tend to be quite performative. So to what extent are we formulating these positions ourselves? Or are you aware of policy makers on the continent working on these types of issues?
Last question of transition. Thanks, Nkolobi, and thanks, Kola. I wanted to ask Kola question on, I think we're using narratives and terms that you're trying to dismantle. So I like it that you said you're not talking about private EVs, you're talking about transport EVs. And Aristotle told me of global geopolitics is dividing attention. look at Nigeria, Dangote was failing to get crude oil from Nigeria. Are we then saying China is aligned to our developmental needs when China is plugged in to the global GBCs? What are we doing? I think it's very difficult. And I like the fact that you showed the pictures of the Bangladeshis and the Nyereres. I think they failed to find the right answers to chart a developmental model of Africa. So looking within the timelines of 10, 15, 20 years, what do you expect your question on what progress you want to see as Africa? Do you have collective agency? How do we sustain that agency? Look at the MOUs between US, EU, with DRC, Zambia. Zimbabwe is left out, same is locked with China, BRI. It's not for us, it's something being pushed by them. And is China really our friend when it's highly plugged into the global GBCs? I think I'm looking for us to engage into that conversation. And like I said, the world is not a fair place. Each to his own. What does it mean for Africa with all these nice programs that we are crafting?
Right. So I've been asked to be very brief in my responses. For I, indeed, issues of collective agency, aka regionalism, is what we should push for us to know that we are doing things that are good for us. How that will go, the joy of having parliamentarians in this way. They know the political landscape in their own countries. When you speak to the powers that be, and you're referring to development, right? There are many other factors on the ground that define what development is being seen within the next 5 years, because remember, political cycles are between 5 and 7 years on the continent. So you want to be charting a narrative for the next 5 to 7 years that is said to be progressive, but at the same time, you know, that's not how value chains work. They don't work in start-stop 5 to 7 year cycles. We're saying this in the car yesterday, we're coming from here. So regionalism has to have people then understand that we're going beyond 5 to 7 year cycle election cycles. And like I say, even on this ratification thing, these 5 to 7 year cycles is actually one of the reasons why ratification is failing in such a country. You get to the near pinnacle of ratification and then there's an election. You have to restart that whole situation. To get to near getting to ratify, so the ministers changed day after tomorrow. And then when the new minister comes and says, we have to show you what the other minister are doing because that's what got in front. So I'm going to ban everything that was on it. So these are the things that collective agency has to also work and sort out. And then Judy, Amrek Park is the standardization that we have. Just to give you an example of what I'm saying, for our time. The United Nations Economic Commission for Europe is not what Amrek Park has achieved as a standardization of whether or not you can mine or any mineral at all, right? Crisco is trying to emulate it, but they are very afraid to say that they are copying Amrek Park because these are the global winners or leaders. Amrek Park is that standardization. Amrek Park is the ability to say we have resources on the ground, but they're not supposed to be mined because they do not meet economic and environmental system creation in the long run. We will discuss the Amrek Park issue that front. I'm going down this period, the questions that were coming towards. Madam Esther, on debt service, the global financial architecture has to change. But once again, regionalism has to come into. Because when Kenya, Egypt, South Africa, and Nigeria speak to say, let us change this debt service situation. And yet there's a smaller country that is being offered money that will not be able to fold within the next 10 years, which is 2 election cycles. At whatever percentage that they're taking, they will take that, regardless of what Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa say in terms of East Africa, we're suffering from debt service. So sovereignty then comes into play. And once again, then become our own waste enemies. On issues of conflict, we cannot touch that one, especially with the fact that I'm coming from the African. I may not joe by the we can discuss it bilaterally, but yeah, we cannot touch that at this point in time. Geothermal power, yes, is amongst the other powers. I forgot to mention that. Geothermal, nuclear, hydro, and thermal itself are the sources of constant power that is required for industrialization. My apologies for forgetting to mention geothermal. And then power pooling, indeed, that is the way to go. But power pooling is regionalism. And countries have to be able to realize that for the next 48 hours, we're pushing all our power. For instance, in East Africa power pool, for the next 48 hours, we're pushing all our power to make sure that they finish whatever it is they're doing. And then most Ethiopia is sure that they supply all the other uh, requirements in the country. Ethiopia, Kenya, Djibouti, Alan, right? But there's a certain amount of power that's just dedicated to Kenya. So once your power pooling is demonstrated by the Southern Africa power, you can actually win in terms of the solar industrializations. But it also that regionalism comes with responsibility. As long as you're irresponsible individual who then say, but this is my country. Right now, I want to make sure that we are going to strike. Second, finally meet in person. ASM in AGMS is referred to, but not in the manner that you want it. I fortunately am a person who's my other token is actually ASM. ASM will win by being the source of our own finance, our own junior resource company. Right? That's where they're going to come from. Unfortunately, some jurisdictions actually don't do this, but we have to deal with some of this issue. And this is where ASM is going to come. And within the AGMS, it comes with the people that you're speaking to, leaders, projects. ASM is amongst those people that you speak message. Sure that build people from the ground. 5 years from now, then we see. We started like this. This is where we are. We're now in junior minor. We can now move from South Africa to another country, from sea to another country to help in exploration, to help other ASMs come up, to go to Tanzania, etc. So all this is within the AGMS as part of the actually plan itself. But the focus on ASM itself is generally because there are a whole lot of other things. What you call it? What's that word? Moving targets. So until some of these targets, like I said, I mentioned the African financial institution. If we don't have them working, or it is a semblance of them being put up, then some of our aspirations will be aspiration. So we have to be pushing certain things entirely on faith. And ASM, unfortunately, is going to be running those, but fortunately, we have that it is there as a very critical part. Sure, all our industries, our finance, and
Thanks for them, Kunle. I'll be quick just to answer Farah's question that you directed to me. And to say there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. And I think we have to remind ourselves every day whoever we're dealing with. That is also to say, I do think at the current moment, China is our best option globally. I think it's a conversation for tomorrow. But the main reason, especially in the renewable energy space, China leads by far to technology, to investment, also willingness to invest on some equitable grounds. I think so far the proof on the ground is China compared to other regions is a lot better. One example, FOCAC last year, China was willing to support the NEPA to transition lines across Africa. This is a very key demand that everybody. So I think the question then becomes, Africa needs to get their own interest aligned. I think that's where we are lacking. Because when we then go to these negotiations, there are too many different interests coming from a lot of states, and then we're picked up, we're litigant from there. I think that's what's actually happening in the US. So we need to align interests, and when we go there as a force, the conversations are a lot better. So, for example, I hope COCAC in 3 years, we're not going as 55 African states as all the presidents, but rather, either they be five, each representing one region. How interesting their conversation, how different, right?
Thank you so much to our speakers, Christians, panelists, everyone who's been fantastic. Happy to announce the favorite time of the day, the break. So please let's go have our tea and be back in the room at 10 past 11. Thank you so much again. Round of applause. Thank you.
Or no?
centered and community orientated conversation. With that said, I'd like to call on my panel. This panel has been growing and growing. So yeah, it's important because these people really have important things to share in terms of the experiences. And I think it's a really rich panel and we're going to get a lot from them. I'm going to call on Davy Malungisa to please come forward from SAR Watch. Kothazo Ngengetwa, who has an academic background. Nzama Chikwanga from Publish What You Pay. Ngulaheni Mbodi Industry All. And then we're going to have Prof. Kush Luwezi. I mean, there are 4 chairs. So the person who will be presenting at the time will come stand at the podium. Thank you so much for sitting on this panel. And these, contributors have different experiences. So we are about to have a very rich conversation, whether it is about artisanal miners and small scale miners, whether it is about the use of technology in terms of integrating labor or accountability. We're also then going to speak about what this thing that we keep saying community, what does that really mean and what does that really look like? So I'm going to start off with Ntama to come forward and open this discussion for us. Please, Dr. Koya. 7 to 10 minutes strictly. So time starts now.
Thank you so much, moderator. I am, I wanted to say comforted, but then I'm comforted that she doesn't have a timer. And I don't think anyone in the audience is volunteering to do that. My pleasure to join this conversation today. These conversations have been going on, but a bit more about who I am. My names are indicated on the program. I work with Publish What You Pay Zambia. Publish What You Pay Zambia is a network coalition of civil society organizations that are working to ensure that mining actually work for the people. We've been around for some time. But in the context of our conversation today and the theme aptly coined, strengthening global South cooperation for mutual benefit towards green industrialization. Let me isolate a few things that some of them we already know, some of them may not be very familiar with. What we already know, number one, in this conversation is that critical minerals are not for improving the lives of the people. I think that is already established. Maybe not as directors have put it, but the drive towards generating more, extracting more, it's not so much that the lives of the people get better, particularly the communities, but that we maintain us who are able to maintain a certain comfort. I thought that is already clear. We are also convinced that the evidence of the impact of mining on communities, the positive impact of mining on communities is very difficult to find. However, the negative effect of mining on communities is almost what they very well familiar with. The third thing that we already know is that the topic of critical minerals or green minerals is not a conversation you find in many of our local communities. They don't talk about this every day. Their life is not preoccupied by discussion of critical minerals. I think they are preoccupied with conversations about a few other things. In the midst of all that, you keep hearing beautiful terms, fair benefit sharing. You keep talking about value addition, economic diversification. And these conversations or these terminologies actually started just last week.
There's a damning report about Zambia. It's become the fourth poorest country or something. I saw the headlines. I mean, I've been away from home for the last 2 weeks. But when I saw that on social media, I'm saying, Marty, we are the second largest producer of copper. How come we're beginning to be the fourth poorest? So, despite all the conversations we keep having, all the engagements, poverty levels don't. So, we remain with the same problem. What could change? What is it perhaps we consider doing differently? And to make a suggestion. The first suggestion is that in our engagement, can we get a bit more program focused and project focused? And there is a difference. Program, as we know, is very long term. Project is 3 years. We are lucky to have a 5-year project. Many of them are 3 years. Now, the downside of that project approach, particularly when you want to improve and positively impact the lives of the community, is that you go into that community with already fixed set mindset, set of expectations, you have designed your outcome. So you arrive in that community and you begin to tell the people how they need to live their lives in order for them to. I think that must change. We need to consider changing that, because we are not giving ourselves enough time to understand the intricacies of that. We're not giving ourselves enough time to tap into the rhythm of those communities. And I think that is what is at the center of some of our challenges that keep recurring. We just assume that our priorities are their priorities. And this is why when we live with our project funds, the community move on with their lives until another project is introduced. So 100 plus years of mining, poverty levels don't seem to be very improving. If we, and because of that, because we have failed to understand how those communities function, how the communities are structured, what systems work for them, what their priorities are, we are not integrating our interventions. Therefore, we are struggling with sustainability or sustaining those interventions. When we talk about contract transparency, as one of the things that we are concerned about improving governance in resources, natural resources in general. Our hope of ensuring that transparency actually happens lies with the people. Because they are the proximate community. They are living very close to mining operations. So they can tell us when the mining company is doing right or wrong. But yet we have not given them access to the details of the contract. Even when we tried to, because of a project focus, our timing of that engagement was wrong because we went during the farming season. Their interest was somewhere else. So when you go for a community meeting to share with them about an upcoming project, they won't show up. Or the people who should show up don't show up. It's an extractive community. They pick worms. It's a season to pick up worms. It's very nutritious. So that's when we are going in with our interventions. They won't show up. Or the fishing ban has just been lifted because they are living, there's a river or a stream nearby. So my point, comrades, is that we will require to step down a little bit and begin to understand what is at the heartbeat of this. Even when we talk about the complex geopolitical systems, we are so high level, very global. But if we invited ourselves, if we allowed ourselves to explore or consider the possibility that even at that community or in those communities, there are multiple layers of engagement. There are some level of politics in that community or in those communities that we can help us understand why they show up, why they don't show up, why they participate or don't participate. What am I saying? In our efforts to ensure that we strengthen global South cooperation towards mutual beneficiation, we need to begin from the top, from the bottom up. And something we may not do even in project mindset. The question I have, I'm sharing with you, is it you, is it us in here? Do we have the time? Moderate.
Close. Thank you so much. But I think Nzama really mentioned some critical things just around one, the nexus between critical minerals and economic development. Are we seeing the fruits of the critical minerals within the continent? But also prioritizing program development as opposed to project development. Are we really developing industries and sectors, or are we just having standalone silo projects that are brought by, specific donors, or that are directed by specific investments targeting specific countries? But also things like the heart of sustainability is people integration. And how do we do that? Looking at things like contract transparency and bottom-up approaches. And I think that's a really great way to kickstart this conversation on just the importance of people. Okay, so he left some time there. Thank you so much, Zama. And I'm now going to call on Davy to speak about, the work that they do at SIR Watch and his.
Thank you. I had to sprint so that I save time. Your time just moved too fast. So let me have 7 minutes to 10 minutes to make my presentation. I've been introduced as Devi Malumbisa and from the Southern Africa Resource Watch. So you'll follow the presentation will be coming through as a PowerPoint. And what I'm presenting is more of a technical work that we are doing in terms of the Africa Mining Accountability Platform. So it's called AMAP. I think the previous speaker introduced very well that this is about how best can we have community voices. So the assumption is that those voices are marginalized, they are not being not only heard, but they are also not counting. So I think that's the essence of public policy making, but also for companies. But the critical era that we are doing this is an era of sustainability reporting. I think there's a consensus around global sustainability goals through the SDGs, through the issues that are coming from the climate area, the Paris Agreement. But from 1972, sustainability reporting has evolved up to the point where we are now talking of a convergence of various reporting standards under the broad umbrella area of ESGs. But we heard as we began in the morning that we've got a problem with greenwashing. So greenwashing will take you to ESGs not only as a rights issue, but as an investment issue. So it's called ESG investing. Is a key issue, and we have seen global standards that are emerging in that area because lack of community participation usually can actually cause project delays. So from a deployment of capital, project delay is actually a cost. So you find that ESG investing has actually accelerated how companies are now preaching about the sustainability issues.
So SARWA is an independent African NGO. Our vision is to improve human conditions through the good governance of natural resources. Yes. So this includes critical minerals. The definitions I think were given in the morning: why critical, why green, and why not that. So I think that's clear. But what we know clearly, generally as well, is that mining in Africa, if we can go to the next slide, that mining in Africa has been brutal, very brutal. If you want to just pick real examples around forced evictions to give way for mining, but also right now we are seeing, whole mountains that are just being detonated to the ground. And the environmental effects are just too much. Grievance mechanisms are not even sufficient. And for us, we are concerned that any increase in mining, whether it's critical minerals or any other extractive activity, is actually going to cause significant impact on, or negative impact on the environment, on people, biodiversity, and so forth. So the next one, we thought, how can we make a contribution as civil society to projection of the voices of communities so that they are part of the sustainability reporting processes, due diligence, and so forth. So why then did we go for a mobile application? It's a technology based solution that we went for. We can have the next slide. And what we saw is that let's close the gaps that we see. It's not us closing only, we are contributing. So it's a process. So we are contributing to say, let's look at the voluntary nature of ESG reporting and see how best we can contribute to more due diligence around reporting, but also push for more regulation and accountability in that space. And we find in some circumstances as well that affected communities, even if they are invited to discuss their issues, as long as that's done in secret or it's not in the public interest, they are put on the public agenda, there's little traction that we find in those grievance mechanisms. So let's go to the next one. We have objectives that the AMAP is to actually any innovation to empower communities to report ESG violations in real time. But real time does not mean as they can post directly. There's a backroom team that will actually look at validation or just checking, making sure that the reporting is accurate and it's not, these days there's deep fake. So you can have a wrong picture posted, but AI generated. So we really have a backroom team, but also to improve company sustainability reporting and human rights due diligence, as well as making sure that the exercise is trying to build trust between stakeholders, between communities and companies, for example, or between communities and government. So it's just for us to be able to support better mining practices. I'm casting my eye on you. Yeah. So we usually speak of ESGs as high-level elements. But what we have done is to say, let's go to metrics, because this is about certain metrics that we can look at. So we have been engaging, and we first looked at the Global Reporting Initiative and say, let's build our app in a way that its metrics are aligned, or even go beyond the GRI metrics. There are several of GRI standards, but there's a GRI new standard that's going to be looking at mining. Mining per se, but core you can find it in other GRIs. But now just saying for this GRI 40, which has got 25 material topics, can we look at those, because they are going to actually lead us to areas where we can make an evaluation. So, for example, it includes topics around the quarrying, there are material topics around water, and so forth. Okay. Trying to edit myself. Okay, so why does this AMAP matter? First, we're saying it empowers communities to have vital and shared information. It also informs policy makers with evidence-based decision making, and also pushes industry towards responsible and sustainable practices. This is a contribution, and we think as we there's high uptake of this app, we are going to be increasing the public importance of accountability in mining. Then it also increases demands for transparency and also focuses not only on mining but including the value chains. Okay, so I'm now skipping so that I can be within my time. So it's an open access. I'm sure those in IT will tell us what is that. But it's an open access and any user can submit information. Then there's also a right to reply for companies so that they can respond directly to our queries. Then there's a scoring system 1 to 5, where we're looking at benchmarks that are aligned to GRI standards, and also it identifies areas where best practices can be celebrated and also offers actionable recommendations. The impacts, we think, since there's real-time reporting, there will also be reports on environmental and human rights violations. Communities will have data simplified, which is complex data. Then interaction between stakeholders, among stakeholders will also increase. Then for us, this is aligned to our mission, which is to promote transparency and accountability in mining and mining value chains, and generally in resource extraction and resource-based development activities. So we launched this up on 2 February at the Alternative Mining in Cape Town. And there was a good reception and endorsement and also feedback to say how this can be carried forward. And the first uptake was from the government of Zambia. They said they want us to cooperate and find a way that this app can be used within Zambia and so forth. Then GRI is our partner. We are going to be also moving with GRI. Then we'll do promotional activities like what I'm doing, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Davey. Today we didn't want to just throw you guys with problems and depress you. We also wanted to throw in some solutions here and there in terms of really innovative things that are happening on the continent by civil society, by think tanks, to really bring the whole conversation on community. How do we create accountability systems? How do we really speak truth to the mining that's happening within our communities? At times, even the entities, whether it's private companies or governments, are surprised at some of these things that are happening. And it's always a shock, like, oh, this is actually really happening. They don't know, and think it's time to throw them with some information from a map to say these are the realities that are happening. And we need practices that are just better. So I'm gonna bring Kgothatso. If it were up to me, we'll have an all-female panel and just maybe one man to balance the equation. But yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kgothatso Ntlengetwa. I'm an artisanal and small-scale mining specialist and expert. I've been in this sector for the past 13 years. Before it really became popular and before it became a buzzword, I was already doing the groundwork. So today I'm going to give you my perspective of where ASM really fits in this green industrialization and how really its potential is. So how I'm going to structure myself, I'm going to structure myself by basically giving you the basic context of ASM. From there, we're going to look into ASM within critical minerals, some of the barriers as well. And then I'm going to go and link with some of the questions that were based earlier by some of our previous speakers and how I can answer them in the context of ASM. So for those of you who don't know what ASM is, ASM basically stands for artisanal and small scale mining. And the reason it's really clumped together is because it's simply a scale, all right? Artisanal mining uses rudimentary practices, basically picks and shovels, whereas small scale mining has more mechanization. So this is just a spectrum of mining. And typically it happens within countries with a low HDI index, which we spoke about earlier, what HDI is. And these are typically in the continent of Africa, South America, and Asia. What are the numbers? 80 million people are working in artisanal and small scale mining, and you can find up to 6 downstream jobs that result out of that. What are the downstream jobs? You have the petrol that they use, the motorbikes that sometimes come over and transfer the ore. You have the ladies who sell food and fruits to the gentlemen. You have the people who are fixing some in mechanized small scale mining, who are fixing the equipment. So you really do have these downstream jobs that then exist. Also, in artisanal and small scale mining, it does produce critical minerals. What countries, for example? For example, in DRC, we have cobalt, we have the 3Ts, which are tin, tungsten, and tantalum. In Zimbabwe, we have lithium, and in South Africa, we have chrome. These are just a few that I'm naming because of my time that is limited. And I was just looking for a picture here, which I managed to find from one of the reports that we had been working on with the IISD. And what are the high potential critical minerals that ASM can play a part of, including artisanal and small scale mining in Africa? It's chromium, cobalt, copper, lithium, niobium. You see, I told you I know it. Platinum, tin, tungsten, and zinc. So these are the minerals that have high potential for artisanal and small scale mining within the different areas, be it South America, Asia, and artisanal and Africa. And I keep mentioning these because we're going to have our South to South collaboration talks next tomorrow, which is our next day, which I think is vital because within the space of artisanal and small scale mining, there's a lot of similarities, even though they're different region to region, but there's a lot of similarities across the different continents. But there are some barriers with regards to the mining of critical minerals within the artisanal and small scale mining context. So there's quite a few of them, but I think I'm going to speak about the 3 that are the major barriers. First of all, it's the one that is most common and we all know. It's the informality of the sector. And when we speak about the informality of the sector, the first question is always then let's formalize. But then the question is, what is then this formalization? And a lot of people often assume that formalization is having a mining policy or a mining regulation. But that isn't formalization, that is regularization. That is just having it on paper in black and white. Formalization includes taxation, it includes technologies, it includes beneficiation, it includes environmental aspects, it includes incentivizing the sector. So when you speak about formalization, it shouldn't be a top-down approach, which is often what happens within many countries. It should be a top-down and bottom-up approach where we meet each other halfway. We must make sure when we formalize in the context of that we understand what's going on the ground. Because whether or not we see chaos when we look at the picture, ASM is actually very organized with its own informal systems and processes. Another problem or another barrier that there is to this critical mineral mining in ASM is the heterogeneity or the specificity. So what happens is that we don't know when, how, and why critical minerals are mined. And because we can't answer these questions, we can't really give proper artisanal and small scale mining zones so that we know this is mined where and this is going to be mined and produced, and therefore we can either tax it or we can formalize using this top-down, bottom-up approach. Also, the third barrier is the lack of understanding of miners mining and the illicit financial flows. And also mining for artisanal and small scale mining often happens, but then corporations, which are large corporations, actually benefit from these financial flows. So you have companies, and I don't know if any of us saw that case with Congo and Apple, where they were actually saying that they took the cobalt and used it in their phones, but it was actually it was actually sourced using illegal methods from the Congo, but it was being used in Apple phones. And this is a case that is still currently going on. So this is another a barrier that we are lacking, and this then links to what? This links to the informality of the sector. Why would ASM be critical? The three reasons why ASM would be critical. Number one would be producers. South Africa as a whole, I'm sorry, speaking about South Africa. Africa has been producers, but the thing is, we haven't been producers in a way that is small scale and that can uplift the artisanal and small scale miner, because it is a form of entrepreneurship, especially at a local scale, because it really helps the local communities. Number two, we can also teach artisanal miners for value addition. There have been examples of this. There's been examples in Kenya. There's been examples in Tanzania. If you went to the mining indaba, I don't know how many of us saw that speech by Matilda, who was from Tanzania. And she's one of the forerunners who shows that value addition does work in artisanal and small scale mining. So let us use these champions, like the gentleman said earlier. Let us use these champions and formulate what they do and see how we can then replicate it, and not only replicate it, but make it better for the regional context. But also we need to be consumers. So what do we need to do? We need to have cross-continental trade of tertiary goods. So this is having country by country saying, we are artisanal miners in South Africa. We have sourced chrome. What do you need? Let's say we're making steel or whatever it may be. Can we supply that to Zimbabwe? Can we supply that to Tanzania? How can we make sure that we as individual countries produce tertiary goods and then trade them cross-continentally or by region to region? Now, I'm going to link it back to some of the questions, all right? So one of the questions that was asked a bit earlier on was the question of how can we become a more assertive Africa? To work better, we need to upskill our people. And that is critical in artisanal and small scale mining. Where you see artisanal and small scale mining thriving, it is where you have upskilled them, where you have trained trainers who can continue to train even once you have left the project. And that will ensure the sustainability. So it is very crucial in ASM to ensure that we upskill. And also it is important to make sure that we have the technologies that are innovative, that are clean, in order for them to be able to produce these critical minerals also in a clean manner. Another question was, how can Africa avoid the resource curse? And I think ASM is one of the biggest solutions to Africa avoiding the resource curse. Because if ASM produces itself, as we create entrepreneurship, and we also do what? We also make sure that we become consumers and beneficiators at the same time. I'm on my last linkage, so I'll finish just now. And the last linkage I want to link here is it was the Africa Mining Vision of 2009. How many of us know that ASM is actually an Africa Mining Vision of 2009? It was one of the first few documents that mentioned Africa Mining Vision. So for our Africa to become the Africa by Africa for Africans, artisanal and small scale mining cannot be sidelined. My name is Mutatu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kothatso. That was really brilliant. And again, I'm hoping that Kothatso's remarks really make us think about the labor conversation. It's such an important one. It's such a critical one at the heart of just transitions, at the heart of any, okay, right on time. Okay. At the heart of just transitions, at the heart of green industrialization is going to be the labor conversation. And if we don't get the labor conversation properly integrated, we're not going to transition. Even in the context of, for example, South Africa, some of the opposition comes from the labor movement. So the labor conversation is really, really critical. Okay, I'm going to call on Mbulaheni to please come. Mbulaheni is from Industry All. Please have your hands.
Thank you so much. I've been already introduced, but what they didn't say is I also speak like a preacher, so you must watch me and stop me. I am not going to fly it, but there is something very, very important that I think we should raise. I think, firstly, Industrial has got 50 million members across the globe in about 140 countries, one of which is Botswana. Now, let me indicate this quickly so that we move together well. You know, your communities and your trade union movement have got a duty to come together in order to win some battles for the poor and the working class. It's not merely ideological. If you look at countries that we represent, and I will not make an example about South Africa many times, but let me make this one example. South Africa has got 55% of the population living in dire poverty, having to choose between buying electricity or food. And is it even a choice? So it is important that there be a marriage of convenience between trade union movement and civil society and communities. The reason for that is because there is no illusion that trade union movement has got members of the community who happen to be running the shop floor struggle. But the shop floor struggle, when it ends, you go home, you become part of the community. And that is what is very, very important. I want to put this up as one of the solutions that we need to look forward to. The vehicle of this is called social dialogue. But firstly, let me just indicate the issues about just transition so that you can understand where I'm coming from. Just transition, and I will simplify it. It's a journey more than an event. It's not an event. There are some people who wish for it to be an event, but it can't be an event. It's a journey of journey map, timelines. It has got the processes that you must follow. One of those processes is to include everyone. Including everyone means leaving no one behind. That is what is called procedural justice. And if you have got procedural justice going, then you have got the procedures right in order to get to the right decisions. It can't be that the poor and the working class only become important when you've come up with decisions. Decisions have to include processes of making sure that people are put in one place so that their views are considered with regards to decisions being made. But let me just also add that cognitive justice is also very, very important because, you know, one thing that we make mistakes of is we don't recognize the value and the dignity of humanity in the whole of this thing. And so even when we go into that meeting, we happen to technically close these people off, or they come into the hall and the jargon is over their heads and the language is not the one that they understand. So even if you've called them in, even if the procedure is right, but the process of coming to the decision locks them out because of the language and the technical jargon that will be flying across the room. Secondly, it's distributive justice, which is where you need to balance between the opportunities and also the opportunities and also the wrong things that can come out of what is well intended. So there needs to be a balance. It can't be that businesses carry the profit and actually die carrying that when the poor remain poor and we sustain poverty, unemployment, and inequality. So there should be a way of harnessing and balancing this out so that no one must suffer in the name of mitigation. adaptation, dealing with climate disaster, and that the rich should become even more richer. We should stop it being a capitalistic grab because it is not supposed to be that. The reason why I say this is because in the room, even here, there are people who are champions of something. Some are backed by lobbying machinery that is very well resourced. And the intention of that is to make sure that they strengthen their hold on whatever it is economic benefits. And we shouldn't make a mistake of thinking when the poor and the working class are not in the room, they will just simply clap hands from the outside. They are not going to do that. As trade unions and as communities, we need to be able to be in the room, understand what is on the table, but also know the economic benefits. Get something out of the economic benefits. I told you that I do a little bit of preaching, but there is something called restorative justice, very, very important. Because as and when we are dealing with the the climate challenges, we should be able to do the following. For instance, in a place where there is a lot of emissions, in the place where there are mines that are left open, and the danger is that the water streams are poisoned or infected that way, there should be a way to make sure that there is restorative justice. Things are done to restore things to their original state. The reason for that is you also want to deal away with issues like water insecurity because the water streams are affected. But at the same time, if you go to a place like Mpumalanga in South Africa where there's a thick smoke caused by coal, ordinarily there should be a hospital there that deals with breathing ailments. That is so as to deal with issues that talks to restorative justice. But if you ask me, the answer is there is no such. So we need to balance all these because otherwise we are going to talk of just transition without justice. Let me say this. Just transition can be an ideal that will never come to reality if we do not do things right. We know of people like myself. I threaten people that I will cook a nice meal, but it doesn't come out nice because people do not give me that feedback. So the opposition that you are hearing of organized labor opposing, it's when all these elements have not been put in. So it is not tasting like just transition, because just transition should have the hallmark of management of justice aspect of the transition. I will make a last example. When we were growing up, there was a stove called Dover stove. Dover stove, some of you know it. You would use wood or coal in it, but I can tell you now, if you ask me who is the firm that is making those stoves, is there anybody who knows who that firm is? Or anybody who is who you saw wearing an overall written Dover or a t-shirt? It means transitions have been happening, but we were not aware. That company that we were talking about is now more of extinct. It's something that you're not going to find anybody who works there. It is because now we've moved to electric stove, we've now moved to gas, and we've got hybrid and whatnot. So what is important is this transition must not find us wanting, must not find us ignorant of the fact that transitions have been happening, but the justice aspect has been missing. So we need to make sure that we pull our people into the room, not close them out with jargon, make sure that they harness economic outcome or benefit out of the top, because it's actually silly to call people into the room. Yes, absolutely. To call people into the room and lock them out, and also lock them out of the opportunities. So I will stop here.
Thank you so much for that. That was really beautiful in terms of, just the different aspects of justice, because we speak about just transition, but just the layers of procedural justice, recognitive justice, restorative justice, redistributive justice. So what does justice really look like? And when we say just transitions for people, for communities, for labor, what do we really mean? And it's important for us to start interrogating that. But also, how do we prevent it from being a capitalistic grab that really doesn't prioritize the justice for communities and people? And what is the value of people and humanity in this bigger conversation of just transitions? I'd like to call on the last speaker, Prof. Kush, to just engage us on some of the things that are being seen in DRC and in relation to critical minerals.
Thank you, Chair. So my name is Kush Wazirwesi. I'm a full professor on technology center University of Chester in DRC. So as most of the speakers here talked about just transition, I'll just focus on labor, cost, and community development. In the DR Congo, I'll just take a case. First of all, I want to say that for me, just transition, just any other jargons are meant for a certain interest. And generally, when that interest is achieved, justice is not seen. I would say that just transition is almost like the CDM. Remember CDM, clean development mechanisms. So for me, clean development mechanism is not clean because it gives freedom to industrialists to pollute, while somebody else there is doing something that is clean. So this is what is happening. I remember when I look at movies about our national mining company, which is called Trekami. When I look at that company, the 1960s, even before colonial time, that company was doing this. Where they want to mine, they will set school, public health facilities, and so many things for the area. Infrastructure for the area. Actually, they are the one who most of the time put power in most of the villages those years, that side. And since they did not have skilled manpower, they will train engineers. Remember Congo, Burundi, and Rwanda was one country. So they will train Rwandese, Burundi people, and Congolese people in our university was called at the time Lubanion. And then the Western University in Elizabethville, which is today in Bashi. They'll train them, and after the studies, they bring them to the mines. But years later, things will change. It's not the same thing as what happened those years. People will come to invest, but what they come to do is just to loot the resources, because you see environmental risks. They're becoming more and more in those areas, and then people are being relocated without some time compensation. And then where they are relocated, the land is not really viable for them to do agriculture and to have clean water. So what I'll say here is that when we talk about labor and community involvement in those areas, three things, or even four, are very important to talk about: is land ownership, local manpower qualifications, and the other thing is infrastructure, and especially when we talk about infrastructure here, it's about electric power that people need and these companies they need. Now, it's happened that in Congo, and especially in the mining sector, most of the people, they are unskilled people, the majority unskilled people, and what they earn is a seventh of what a South African can earn, or a fifth of what a Botswana miner can earn, a third of what a Zambian can earn. And then most of these unskilled people, they are poor. You can say it's the strict sense of poverty. And yet the industry needs some semi-skilled people, and these kids need some special training. We don't have those. We didn't have those schools as such, but we have a very complex educational system that train people that have just general skills. And what happens is that as technology is developing, the sector needs more skilled people now. So we need hydrogeologists, we need electromechanical engineers, analysts, chemists, and computer engineers also. And also we need other technicians whose additional skills need sub-specialized training. See, these people are not there. They come from outside. Chinese, Americans, Polish people, South African and Zambian and Kenyans. They're the ones who are coming in the industry. So these are the people who are at least well paid. And what will happen that they train most of the resources from the sector, and the area where they are working remain poor. I'll take the case of the special economic zone for electric vehicle batteries, which is actually an agreement between Zambia and the DRC. And when you look at this, what is being planned is that there will be an initial investment of $2 million, but after 10 years, we'll have something like a billion. Now, in this, we will create something like 25,000 direct jobs, and then 65,000 indirect jobs. But out of this, you'll have almost 1% skilled Congolese manpower. So the others will come from outside. So that's why in this planning, there was a center that was developed to try to cut it from that gap of manpower. And this center is just waiting for that, trying to develop some curriculum at university to help people being trained. But I don't know if that will be possible for us to get at least 25% of this job. But most of the jobs that we get will be unskilled jobs. And what will this special zone generate? It will generate something like I think $1 billion. I think 1 billion investment. It will generate something like $4 billion in 10 years. So in this $10 billion, you have 11 years of payback. I mean, the investor will receive the money after 11 years, and then you have an internal a rate of 2.5% annually. So after 10 years, they'll be able to get back their money. And this contribution to the GDP of 4 billion, most of it will go outside because of these investors and these skilled people that we train. Will be hired in the industry. So what remains to the land and the community are just walls, gullies, because as this special report says, for you to generate one electric battery, you need 450 kilograms of critical minerals. And then once these are done, so you leave something like 200 to 400 tons of aircraft that have been developed. And then will there be remediation or restoration? As said one of the speakers, I don't think so, because of most of the land in Katanga region where we have all these mines, they have only gullies. And then waters are being polluted with materials like arsenic, gallium, disunite, and tellurite. And sometimes you have also some radioactive materials like uranium. So people remain with a land that is now poor and difficult to live. And when they are displaced, they go to places where they cannot do their agriculture as usual, and then ecosystem services are no longer there. So at the end, I conclude that justice transition in this area is needed, but it will be an Ethiopian ideal. We may not reach it. So what can be done is that our public officers have to put in place laws that will guarantee the life of these indigenous people, and then help local population to be qualified so that they can be able to have some more jobs in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Kush. I think that was a really hard-hitting end to this conversation in terms of the realities that we're seeing. And as we're trying to really push for just transition, green industrialization, and trying to now see how it is that we, integrate the conversation on critical minerals, where is it all going? And what are we seeing that is happening? How can we prevent some of the things that we are seeing whereby our communities could possibly be left with holes and galleys, as Prof. Kush has said? How do we ensure that the labor force is from the continent? And how do we make sure that even we're not just sitting at 1% skilled labor coming from our own communities, but communities are also benefiting? We do not want to create the same cycles we've seen before. I think it's time for us to really interrogate how the just transition is going to happen in a just manner, but also in a very inclusive manner. With that, we're going to just open it up for questions, comments, try and be as brief as possible. But yes, let's take the first two. Is there another mic? Yes, I'll take the first 4 questions. Number one. I'm sure Chantal Blumen, thank you. That was a really important contribution to our big discussion. I'm just reflecting, especially on this word just transition and critical minerals, where the last speaker spoke historically. We've been in the mining business and the extractive mining industries, right? We've colonized. And I just feel like we're starting this conversation that we don't have any history. I mean, we've talked about, the legacy of every mining. So I feel like, are we being set up here to ignore that gold is somehow different than if it's lithium? I mean, literally the power dynamics are the same, where the money comes from is the same. So I'm worried that this critical was introduced by the Americans and in the Cold War world we're living in now. So I feel like we've got the point about language is really important, and I think it's distracting us from the fact that we need to arm ourselves with I don't know if any of the players here have done a study of the failure of, CSR and social licenses and all those nice buzzwords the mining companies use. And I really think the onus is on how do we help civil society and communities and trade unions navigate the power of the mining industry. They are very, very powerful. And to be frank, government regulation is critical, but government has failed us in many cases, to be frank, and it's not the most transparent sector, as Publish What You Pay has said. So I think there needs to be a much more stronger ability to be able to figure out how we build on Publish What You Pay or transparency, the amazing app. But what do we do with that? And how do we shame it? And how do we go to shareholders and do what they do when you've got 5% and you could short someone or tell Anglo, sorry, mate, this is going to go public on the stock exchange. I just worry because these are very sophisticated vested interests and they're backed by people that give us donor money. But let's face it, they don't have to develop the continent, they need to build their own TV sector. Thank you so much for that.
My question is also learning development, and I'm from Global Business. My question is from the Africa Mining Accountability Platform. Does it have a USSD interface? Because at some point, it is targeted towards the community. We need to understand the realities of the factors. They may not have access to the grid or the internet. So how then are they able to deal with the app? Because it's and you understand what is my name is. Number 2, do you have how long has it been in existence? Do you have some data on the community members that have used it, in cases that have result. Lastly, what is the sustainability under this long term? Because just going on what some have mentioned about projects and programs, after a while, if it's a project based, it's something that you need a long project. Because once a project is done, who's supposed to actually take over this app and anchor it and use it for sustainability? So, like, are you pitching it to government? Are you pitching it to an entity that can be able to actually sustain it? That's the question.
Thank you so much. Then we have two questions.
Thank you. Mine is for Kotatsu. The AFM, which excites us as well. I didn't see that I work with Oxfam Engineering. How have we shown a gender lens at the FM, which indeed like is a critical player in the mining sector, whose contribution indeed cuts across Africa. How have we looked at? I think it's a good gender gender issues within that center is mostly because I think shining such a lens deliberately, and I think from even from the end above, I appreciate your firepower as far as research is concerned across our African countries. I'm very interested in that. Thank you, Alaka, for mentioning technology and the issue of sustainability. Another issue we'll be looking at critical minerals across Africa, and the discussion around the critical minerals and greenwashing probably is a good prof and the facts. I'm just looking at land as a critical player in this organization. How does Kenya cut across as one of those issues? And one of the speakers was saying, when we speak about regionalism across the sector, there's always a pushback of sovereignty on the decisions to just build a solidarity with African nations. I think a fourth of the case of that discussion is like reform, because for the ASM sector, for the big players in the mining sector, how can they dialogue with this critical reform in Africa? And we're looking at a DRC very sadly, and looking at the conflict around there. Much of it is around the mining sector. We also need to dialogue around that. So I don't know how we can build that Pan-African solidarity around. Thank you.
Our last question.
Thanks. From Toronto. And yeah, I want to go a little bit further on what Prof. Richard Bashir is asking, because what prevented Prof in it's a very dire picture, but it's almost, I think it's an optimistic picture, because we're assuming there's actually going to be investment in that business. And my experience tends to me being a lot less optimistic. That actually governments will grant plans, set up those businesses, put a bit of money, and the country is in the wrong continent, but how just landscapes. At best, and everywhere else, there is nothing. There's no investment. And so I'd like to understand more what the plan is actually to really create demand for the products that are going to be manufactured, and how we bring the skills, how we bring the technology, and yes, how we ensure, as you pointed out, the long sustainability of those as they come. But we have to get in there first. And so I'd like to yes, let's get that going.
Yeah, I told myself to ask a question. Without one mistake. It's not good, but it's getting lots of thoughts. TikTok, you spoke to all the training issues. It's means to this point on the transfer, kind of writing them want to transfer this into new space. And I want to ask you in terms of the training and development, we keep into all of this form of technology transfer. With the necessity of economic development, it's not better to just demand the technology that's already there and we start pushing it. So I just want to see in terms of DRC way, there's a lot of work being done already. But where does the training development really stand? Is the most beneficial.
Thank you, Kuda. Thank you so much for the question. So we're going to ask the panelists to briefly briefly respond. Okay, we'll start with you, David, on that.
Okay, thank you from colleague from Global Witness. The first one is a question of access, whether this was based on a smartphone or mobile application, your Android, iOS, and stuff. Yeah. So far as I'm concerned, I'm the least person technological to talk about interfacing back end, front end. Yes, but what I know is that we so far we've not moved it in the offline or USS. You said USS. You see, I can't. Yeah. So I want engage further before I cheat myself. But the key issue is that we have started the pilot. We're tracking pilot companies, about 10 industrial mining companies in the critical minerals area. So you will see they post some of their ESG, CSR information on websites. We are looking at that. Then we've got on the ground research that is taking place so that we can just populate the metrics that we are looking at. But also we have partnerships that we are going to have in local civil society organizations so that they can also provide some form of internet connectivity. Periodically and so forth. Then I said that that the Zambian government not government policy, but there was a government official from Zambia when we launched the app. So he invited us that Zambia is willing to work with us so that we can improve access and also the information, usability of the information that we'll get, and also GRI, the Global Reporting Initiative. They are so deep in this, and they want to see how best we can improve the app. And there lies also some sustainability issues around its use. I will leave it there to just say it's work in progress. And what I'm communicating here is also to invite you to our website. You can even download it. There's a QR code. You can download it. You can also see its features, its functions, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you guys again, Khotazon Tlangetwa, artisanal small scale mining specialist. So the question was, have we looked at the gender lens have we looked at ASM through a gender lens via critical minerals? And the simple answer to that is yes and no. Because via gender, there has been some studies done on ASM as a whole, but not specifically to critical minerals. So we know, for example, that 40% of women work within 40% of the workforce in artisanal and small scale mining are women. And we know that they play particular roles. So in certain types of mining, we know they'll play particular roles, not necessarily the hardcore mining, but maybe we'll do the crushing or we'll do the washing or things like that. So that we know, but specifically on critical minerals, that hasn't been done. That study hasn't been done as yet, because right now there's still more overarching studies that are being done of ASM on critical minerals. But I know as time goes by, probably we will get into that. And you're actually giving me an idea for a research proposal.
Thank you. Let me start by the first one. It was just a comment, but I think that comment is very, very important. That government regulation should take into consideration these issues of justice, and then try to promote the very interests of communities. Because most of our regulation are just copied from elsewhere. And then our lawyers, they don't do any efforts to create new laws. That's the problem. Now, the other issue that was raised is about this Pan-African solidarity. Because that's true, is that, as somebody said, Africans were one people sometimes back, but later on, they become different peoples in the same continent, and each one of them is looking for its own interest. That's why you see conflict here and there. So if the African Union can come up with this solidarity, which can be actually at the 12 private goods, and then people will be sustaining each other, supporting each other, I think that would be a very good thing. But living in a capitalistic society, it might also be very challenging. So it's up to us in our education system to come up with some values, because I think what is missing from most of our education system are values. We're just focusing on technical issues, but we forget that we are human beings and that ethical issues are very important in our training. Now, I'm also replying indirectly to what Buddha was saying. What kind of technology transfer? People want just a key for them to run the technology. But I think technology comes from innovation and creativity. So the best way for us to get innovation is to put in place a system, not to put in place, but to adapt our system to activities that will create creativity. I mean, students should not be only there to memorize things. They don't come up with formulas and tell you that's what it is. Students should come up with solutions to some critical issues. And also, what will be easier is that an education system and a certain area should focus on what is in the environment. The small child should know what is in my environment and for what need. So if they know that, then when they're growing, they will specialize in areas that are of interest for them. So in a nutshell, I would say that we need to create a hub for innovation and research institutes, not only institutes but even centers. That's what is being done. I'm replying to my friend who asked for what is being done in this special economic zone. What is being done is that on the community side, they're trying, at least some individuals are trying to put in place centers that can train some semi-skilled workers. But the very big issue is on the government side, because the government should come with part of the fund, and then the other fund will come from expatriates, I mean foreign investors. So that is where the problem is, and the foreign investors, they don't come easily. You need to convince them. So up to now, there's a plan. A study has been done. The study is being studied by our governments, but I don't see anything that is really tangible. I didn't see it up to now. But what I'm seeing that as an individual who are trying to put in place some centers to train some skilled, semi-skilled workers, so that when the industry is in place, then they can be hired by these industries. So that is my say. Maybe somebody else has a new development. I don't know, but me, that's what is about this. Thank you.
Recently, during an interview with one of these international media, I told them that there's a police capture. December. That's because our own case, when we were reviewing, there have been a couple of police legal reforms in Zambia. And most recently, there was an agreement between government and the mining companies to amend or edit part of the bill to the extent that they had to even, well, it's speculation, but the bill went to the president for signing as per parliamentary procedure, and the president sent it back to parliament for further consultations. What happened a few months later, a couple of weeks later, was an agreement between the Chamber of Mines and the Ministry of Mines to edit or amend part of the bill, and then that was signed. So that's the question, I think, about are we being set up? And secondly, these policy reforms that I'm talking about are made reference to. My country has developed a 3 million metric tons, a critical mineral strategy and policy. And what do? In the 2025 national budget, they reduce funding. What do I say? What you're saying is that, look, I've developed all these beautiful instruments, but I'm not going to finance it. Then by implication, somebody else is going to finance. And you know, who pays the pie? So that's why for me, who funds something is very important. And I keep asking this question. Who is funding the AU? The reason the AMV hasn't gone anywhere as it where it should have been by now, it's because we haven't financed it as much as we should from our own money. There is this conviction that we don't have resources. It's not true. The University of Zambia was built from people's resources. And I know it's not just Zambia alone, post-independence. What is missing? Leadership. You and I are leaders, but maybe we don't feel like we're leaders. Or maybe we need to stretch ourselves a little bit to begin this reparadigming Africa, to believe that actually we can. Land reform, there's a review of the Land Act. Do you know who's financing? The EU. So when I was invited, and I said, I can't come, because why isn't my own government financing the review of the Land Act? Do you understand? It's annoying. So yes. So leadership is something that Africa really needs to work on. And it's not just political leadership. Religions, traditional leaders, the union movement, student movement, everybody needs to wake up and begin to say, until we change the narrative, until we believe that we can. Oh, by the way, that's last bit. Yes, this morning, a colleague sent me a message, sent me 2 pictures. One is a project, a budget for their church, and the second picture is a template for us to contribute. And I was saying, just last weekend in Jakarta, that look, we have enough evidence in our own communities of how we are raising money. Most churches, most are built from local resources. Why are we not doing that for our own development? So it's just a bit, let's just step back a little bit and reflect. Actually, we can. But we need leaders. That picture you shared, that kind of leaders. The bodies are dead, but the spirits aren't. And I guess that's why we are here.
Thank you. In the spirit of church, let's continue with our preacher. Give us a closing.
Thank you so much. We must watch out for the sophistication of global power dynamics. Very, very important. And I'm saying this because if you can't name it and price it, they will speed with it, away with it. These so-called critical minerals, somebody named it, and they're giving it value, and they're giving us the push, the speed. At the time when we are watching the need, they are running away with it. And I think it is important that we catch the leverage value of the so-called critical minerals. But I want to also ask all of us who are here to make use of regionalism power of being united. And also, when we do internationalism, it should be that we have got a very strong understanding of what we have. Because when you don't know what you have, people will name it and price it and give you speed. And when you're trying to understand what critical minerals are, they will be gone with them. And so I think that's basically what we are dealing with, sophistication of the global power dynamics. And I want to ask all of us not to watch the news just to be amazed at what the news outcomes are. What you are seeing happening in the US and what you are seeing, the new government in Germany, we should be able to understand what it means. If we don't understand what it means, they will continue and name it and price it and run away with it. And all we'll do is do conference and look at what they've taken. I think the point that she made there is very, very important. What is going to happen with critical minerals if we are not watching? It's exactly what happened with diamond and gold and whatnot. And it is just that the definition is different. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panel, and thank you so much to the audience for engaging as well. That brings us to the end of our session. Please do engage with the panelists, ask them more when you see them during lunch and so forth. I think there was a lot of depth in this panel, and there's a lot more conversation to be had. This is just the beginning.
A round of applause for my survey honorable. So much. I used to be a student leader, and when I was organizing this event, my director asked me, "What do you want there?" Like, and I said, "I have to have a union because the unions were the ones that inspired me first to go and support the route." And I know this is not the space, but back home in Zimbabwe, when our rallying call in students would be "Ahoy, my comrades," and people go "Ahoy." So honestly, just quiet. Ahoy, my comrades. Ahoy, my comrades. So, like the explore, that service very much needed. We were talking about how we want the first meeting ever to stay on time, and we're just a bit behind time, but we can still do it. Don't worry, we can still do it. So we have one more session before we break for lunch. I will give it about 45 minutes. Last I spoke to them, so let's say we try to break around quarter past one or so, 1:20. Then we're gonna have lunch for about an hour and come back. I don't expect times for honorables because they have the session after lunch. So please, with all ability, if you can even come just before 2 o'clock so that we start on time with honorables, we really appreciate it. So without further ado, we got it. You can come through and you can start your panel. What's for that? Just
Honorary members of parliament, my fellow Africans, honorary citizens, Milan. My name is Rugare Mukananga. I'm an economist at an organization called Development Reimagined, joined here with my colleague, our organization is an international development consultancy headquartered in Beijing, China, but some of our colleagues are here on the continent, two of us on the continent, and a few others in Europe. My task today is a simple one. I'll be moderating the next dialogue themed Promising Industries for Green Industrialization. We've got some exciting panelists here. Ladies, I'll give you each an opportunity to introduce yourself. I don't know if you'd like to sit or if you prefer to stand up here. Michelle, do you want to start? Right. So please would you introduce yourself, the organization you represent, and as an icebreaker, please share what you think is your personal connection with Africa's climate and energy agenda.
I think I'll stand.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Wow, some of us really be hungry. Now. So I'll not stand between you and lunch. My name is Michelle Mombella. I work for an organization called the Association for Women in Energy and Extractives in Kenya. So we're based out of Nairobi. And icebreaker. Allow me to switch it up a little bit. Kuda told me there's about 11 countries represented here today. Now, I have a question for us. Green industrialization of the promising sectors. Now, local dialects of mother tongue. Can someone tell me what green industrialization is? I'll take three.
But don't understand it.
Just tell me.
Kidding. I'm kidding.
Someone shout, Lucy. Do you want to?
Lucy.
Okay, so a Tanzanian has a term for it. Someone else. Southern. In your local dialect or mother tongue, what does green industrialization mean? Translate that for me. Okay. I guess my point is across. We're talking about green industrialization for Africa, but we can't coin a term for it in our local languages. So what does that mean for communities? Who is green industrialization for as Africans? And we can't have a term. We don't have a term for it in our many languages or dialects. And so that is my introduction. I think I've said my name, the organization that we work for. I can share more about what we do. But yeah.
Thank you for getting us started. Chandra, would you like to go next?
Good day, everyone. My name is Gloria Pala from South Africa. Coming from a company named In Pursuit Renewable Energy. We are a private company. We, from day to day, we deal with alternative energy solutions from solar, hybrid, BESS, gas to energy, all that. So when you ask me what's my connection to a green industrialization, for me, the term that came to me was, who are we industrializing? Again, it was community-based because one of our passions, again, is to train. I'll speak about it more in my presentation. Is about artisan training. And what we have found in the ground is that we cannot do anything without communities. So I'll also share what we have done to actually now be in the ground, in the grassroots, and actually now educate what that means and how they receive it and what were the perceptions and how we can move forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm Shantha Bloom, and I have been to a formal conference for a long time. I came from many years of working in the development sector, and then 7 years ago now, set up my own startup in Zimbabwe working on e-mobility. And so I run a company called Mobility for Africa, and we are bringing the green revolution in transport to rural communities, putting women in the driver's seat. And essentially, I'm here because I've been working with China. I lived in China for 3 years, left the UN because I was sick of talking. I really was sick of talking. We did reports, no one read them. I was in communication. I'd write the press release. The journalists would look at me and say, there's no news. And I went to China and I went, hey, whoa, this is moving real time. And I'm actually curious. I mean, if you've been to China, you understand they don't muck around, they just do stuff. And so I left the UNICEF and I said, enough of this talk, I'm going to get practical. So we've been on a journey to bring green industrialization from the bottom up. And we've done something that the Chinese do very well, which is they pilot. They don't talk, they say, let's test it. And then if it works, we write our policy and then we scale. So we're It's been a much longer journey. I thought I would have 5 million tricycles, but now we have 300, and I'll tell you more. But I think what we realise is that we have to be practical. We just can't. We've got to start doing.
Please hang on to the mic. Please take a seat. Building on Michelle's important question, I'd like each of you to, in your own words and based on your work experience, how would you define green industrialization? What does that look like to you?
So coming from industry, we can talk about the technology, the different technology, the BESS, your biomass, your water reticulation, all those stuffs. However, behind those things, how are we going to now scale it up? And how are we going to make sure that it's green while scaling up? So I talked a little bit about communities, and I want to touch on that, if you allow me. So when we went on the ground, I'm doing a project with a local municipality called Paleseng in Mpumalanga. What they have done, and I'm working with an NGO where the NGO itself went to the ground and they actually now asked very critical questions or very important questions. And where they started is they started educating the community as to what do they understand by climate change or green economy or all that. And it was very important for them to do that because those are the people that burn the tires, the CO2 emissions. Those are the people that really throw papers on the ground. So for me, personally, green industrialization doesn't always start at the high level. It starts at throwing the paper on the floor to understand that Mother Nature needs to be taken care of. To understand what that means. When you throw paper, it means I don't care. But for me, for us, it was important that they got to understand because whether we like it or not, these decisions that we are making here, those are the people that are going to be on the ground working for maybe let me say for us. But you want it won't be green if they don't understand. Yeah, thanks.
Is creating solutions in a way that is beneficial to not just the people but to the environment. And some of these solutions don't need to be far-fetched and they don't need to be too ridiculous. I'll give an example. There's women-led social enterprise in Kenya that is in the whole value chain, food and health specifically, where they have developed solar-powered refrigerators to be used in rural areas without access to electricity. And these refrigerators are being used in hospitals and clinics to store vaccines, to store blood, and they're being used also for food storage because of the food security issue. These are deep practical solutions that ail rural and underserved communities. And so if we're able to use renewable energy and technologies to cure or to solve some of our day-to-day issues that are really pertinent to our survival as a people, then for me it's
I'm going to take the liberty and show some slides now, if that's all right. Just because I'm Coles and I love pictures. But so just to tell you what we're doing, this is green industrialization as I define it. It's practical solutions. What I've got to do. As we know, we're trying to solve two problems at the moment. We have a mobility problem, and I know people focus on energy. 600 million people without energy. Do they talk about how many hours women spend every year going to fetch water, and the fact we still have women in daily drudgery? I think that's a huge concern, and I think we can send men to the moon, and we can't fix this problem. So we've been trying to do both, and how have we been doing it? So we took off the shelf the tricycle from China, right? If you go to China, I don't know how many of you have been to China, but the tricycle started with petrol and it went to electric, and it's used by the poorest people. And we set up a pilot 130 kilometers out of Harare in a community. We built our charging station, and I knew nothing about energy or batteries. And I started with students from China and Zimbabwe. I scoped, I went to factories. I'm going to throw through this. We had our first fleet arrived. We had engineers come and train at found my old friends, hired 4 young people. We taught them how to assemble the tricycles in an old factory. We started with lead acid batteries. Obviously, that doesn't work. If anyone wants to import from China, do not do it off the shelf, because I've got 5 years of research. So we tested and we tried, and we had students start with us to help. And in the second phase, we said, okay, well, I went back to my supplier, the tricycle man, who I drank a lot of tea with, and I said, hey, we need better batteries. He shipped some that were lithium. Everyone talked about lithium. Yay. Anyway, they were just as useless. They weren't built for bumpy roads. They weren't built for rural Africa. So I'm just going to flick through this, but we've been working for 5 years, 7 years now, to work on battery technology that's fit for rural purpose. And when Alan, you said about demand, we've got so much to do in this continent. We've got, transport crisis in rural areas. We've got post-harvest loss. We've got, we just got to get practical. And the beauty is that we were dependent on fossil fuels. They're imported. It's expensive. No one cares about rural communities and transport. But here we have the benefit of saying we can fix this problem. We can go electric and we can get rid of our dependency. So what we've been doing is working with the smartest. I did a mapping. I said, who will talk to me? CATL will not talk to me. Let me find a Chinese engineer who's interested and will work with me. So it's been a journey, and I'm going to stop because I could go on because I've just showing you. But what I want to show you is before we go, we're building the ecosystem. And people, I'm trying to raise investment. Investors just want a business model that works. I tell them the green transition will not happen without an ecosystem. It won't happen, so with what you said about skills. So we've been working, we've had exchanges, we've got a factory that assembles the tricycle, assembles the batteries, we've designed our own BMS, we've created manuals, we did a training program with the vocational training centre. In Zimbabwe, each district has a vocational training centre. They're dilapidated and underfunded, but there's a lot of good teachers sitting there waiting. And we found money to do the first pilot. We had 20 kids learning. It was amazing. And now they're all working with us. I still haven't got anyone in the Ministry of Education to actually pick this up, all the thousands of UN agencies that say they're interested in green skills, to say, come on, we can build 5 curriculums and you can roll this out to 10 vocational training schools. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm very cynical at the moment, but we've got to be practical. And we've done this with very little money, but amazing young people. And what upsets me is that I do think we're being hijacked a bit, because there's a lot of people that I don't think really want the continent to develop as quickly as we want it to. So that's green industrialization, practical technology transfer, skill building, and making sure we scale.
Thank you for that. Thanks for that information. You touched on one issue, money and access to it, because access to money is also part of that issue that's holding people back from getting into business and growing existing businesses. So people working in the climate and energy sectors, from your experience, what are some of the biggest challenges that they face, and what kind of solutions are needed to address them? From government aid, non-government partners, partners outside the country.
So you spoke about finance. So one of the things, like again, we are big in artisan training, and after we train them, we want to place them into host companies. But one of the biggest challenges that we have had is actually to have stipended, meaning finance to stipend the kids, and companies are not willing to take children or out of stipend. So what I have done personally was to take one student and pay directly from my salary for just 1 month for them just to get exposure. So that is another commitment that I have done on my side. But however, one of the things that also I found very profitable is to get involved with NGOs and also incubators, those that incubate, and then you send them their project and then they will be ready to fund. however way they are. And accessibility to corporate funding is not really that possible because also we are a small firm and they look at our returns and they say, in terms of your return on investment and stuff, we might not be able, if you are applying for 10 million or something, they won't give you that. So, but that does not, I don't see more, meaning it doesn't take our power. We just push and see where we can. That's
From my experience, just to build on the capacity building, we work with an organization called we is WEEE Center, and they do electric and electronic waste processing. And so they collect electronic waste and then they bring it apart and do urban mining and recycle and resell some of those parts, etc., etc. And in the last couple of years, they've trained almost 2,500 people. And some of those women have been able to coach and mentor to be able to now be suppliers to the center. So it's creating a circular economy where you don't just trade, but you teach them how to sort of bring back the skills into the specific sector. And so they, from the training that they've gotten, they do the collection of the waste, electronic waste, and then they sell back to the center, or they sell back now to the manufacturers who would be able to buy either the components, things like that. So I think that's one way of building the capital issue, because you skill and then we empower them to be able to do the business and bring it back, and it sort of just goes around. And the more you train, the more you bring it back into the sector. Progressively you're able to sell.
So sorry, I'm getting the other packages. So I moved from the A business, which we know is not working. Okay, it doesn't build the ownership on the ground. So I moved into the startup social impact investment space, and it is also broken. Okay, we talk about all those millions and billions that are promised in green finance. If you look at where the money's going in the startup space, it goes to 4 countries in this continent. I mean, it's ridiculous, and 2% go to women. So $2 billion went to green and fintech. Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and Egypt. Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, 4 countries. The rest of us, Southern Africa might not even exist. South Africa is a different market. And then if we look at the game around climate finance, it's becoming politicized. And I'm quite worried about that. I had to go last night with a friend who works in energy, big deals. He said to me, the Americans would not touch anything with the Chinese supplier anymore. I mean, it's that blatant. This was. So we have to really watch how this game is being played out. And the problem is domestically, as we know, we have resources, but they're not, the banks don't want to fund risk and they want collateral. And so the people that are doing the big energy projects are primarily white men with, big company names and based in Europe, and we're paying a premium for that. So I'm very cynical at the moment, and I think it's part of we want to change the power dynamic. It goes back to what our friend from the trade union was saying, we need to look for local resources. We're very, in Zim, it's been very hard because no one likes us because we did land reform. So don't do land reform like Zim did, or you'll be punished. That's the message. But in Zim, we finally got the government has created a venture startup company because the Minister of Finance knows that no one else is going to support innovation. And secondly, we finally got the local banks to give us some microfinance to fund our customers. So I think you've got to push and we've got to look domestically. I think we can leverage, I take capital anywhere and everywhere, but I think knowing what the conditions are and the strings attached is really important. And I know that I took money from people that don't actually want scale that quickly. And the thing is, we're talking now to Chinese investors, they know scale. They just worry, can you scale quickly enough? So I think I think we have to be very sophisticated in how we're going to get financing down to the ground. So otherwise we're just going to have money in gigawatt hours that doesn't actually change anyone's lives.
Thank you for sharing that.
So even when there is money available, then there's a difference. There's a temptation, I think, to copy and paste solutions from elsewhere. And it's European markets, Asia, North America, paste it to different continents. But as I'm sure you're all aware, that solution doesn't always work. Um, and at the same time, when we discuss industrialization and critical minerals, people tend to focus on the large scale companies, the big brands, the multinational corporations. Let's focus a bit more on the small and medium sized enterprises. In each of your experiences, what are some of the trends and concerns that you're seeing and things that maybe have increased you?
Let me speak on the critical minerals. It's specifically I go back to debalancing. Debalancing is surrounded by this coal mine called Freud. It's the biggest coal mine then there's debalancing. And one thing that you find there is that there's other mines that are very close that have been closed. And people there were very jumpy when we went for community engagement and saying, but from these mines, what are we getting and where are we, what's our role in this? So now that we are talking about critical minerals, I don't know how can I put this? There's no market for it in Balese. I don't know how to put it. There's no market. There's no market for it, and hence the people have decided to actually now form their own ecosystem and look at other things that they can do, not even concentrating on the critical minerals. Yeah, thanks.
For me, trends include technological advancements. I think there in the last decade we've witnessed technological advancements at at global scale, but also at different national levels, and this has come about from either need that has caused people to innovate, to be able to meet those needs, and so that for me is an opportunity. It's a trend that's coming up, and it's an opportunity. Something else I'm saying is a shift from, doing an undergraduate, those millennials who are in the room, if you tell your father you're going to do a certain course, they think what's wrong with you. But now you find that there's more shift towards vocational and technical training than there is towards the more formal engineer, lawyer, doctor kind of. And honestly, that's where the opportunities are, with where the world is going towards. And for me, that's an exciting game when it comes to industrialization. Now, specifically for the critical minerals, I prefer not to call them that, but for the purpose of this discussion, the prospect of value addition and mineral processing. We are at the very early stages, if at all that's being really ambitious when you put it that way. But the prospect of us being able to do value addition and mineral processing within the continent, for me, is a channel and opportunity that I think we can really leverage on. Of course, if we're able to deal with the systemic issues that have been alluded to by all the speakers that have come from this morning. So those for me are the prospects, and there are concerns attached to those. But I think it's not all dull and gloom.
Just to say, I think the thing is from our experience, there's a few practical challenges. So if we look at the battery sector, which is critical to the green transition, everyone's waking up, solar alone, we need storage, and we need all the applications that energy storage brings. So at the moment, we've got certain battery technology which is dominant, which is the lithium battery, many different types of chemistry. It is not a simple process to produce cells. It's not a simple process to extract lithium and make carbonate. All of these things require a lot of energy, a lot of skills, and China's mastered it. They control 87% of this. Galen could correct me now. It fluctuates, but essentially they control most of this value chain, and it's very, very energy intensive. And they have an amazing grid, so they don't have to worry about that problem. So we need to be smart. We can put on paper this idea that we're going to, create a new corridor to somewhere else? Sorry, I mean, I'm very supportive of the Libya corridor, but is it really for our benefit? And why? So we can talk about this dream of building an African battery, but where is that demand if we don't start at the bottom and improve the livelihoods of our people? So we don't need Teslas, we need electric tricycles. But you know what I mean? If we don't get it right at the bottom, we won't have the economic transformation to create a market. And the problem is we're a fractured market. So that makes it even harder. The other challenge we have in the battery sector is, so my feeling is people say, well, why aren't you making all of the tricycle? What components can you make, right? We design an African tricycle, but you can't compete with China for price until you've got scale. So we need to start, we import, we've trained people. Next year we might start with the looms. It's a progressive journey. We can't expect to build the Tesla from day one. So I think that's where and governments love the big dream, but let's be practical. Let's start with just getting things moving. We're working with low-skilled workers. These are unemployed. These are rural people. We hire in our rural areas. We teach them. They're super smart. They don't need a university degree. If they've got the right curriculum and the right training and the practical experience, then we know that we've got so many smart people. So I'm very focused on low-skilled workers, but I think we've got to do all of it. But we've got to use what we have already and start at the bottom and be practical. The final thing on batteries is I'm worried because we're in a game where, we have standards and there's safety issues. And you can go on a rabbit hole in the battery sector about safety and standards and regulation and is this approved? What I know from my experience is we've got a battery we designed and built for rural African roads that we assemble locally in Zimbabwe. We've designed our own BMS. Now, we can bring the cells and the cells are certified, all right? And the BMS is ours and we do it locally and we can repair it and I've got engineers and we're learning. We're learning as we go and we're improving. Now, if I did a tender for something, a mini grid, and our batteries are designed as dual purpose, they would say, have you got these European standard battery standards, which most probably disqualify my batteries. And to get that certification costs hundreds of thousands of dollars and takes years. So the guy that's going to get that tender contract is the guy who's got the money, right? Who's selling you the European label, even though it's made in China, and you're sitting there and going, but have they tested it on the African bumpy roads? We don't care, it's got that standard. My 5 years of R&D doesn't wait. So I think there's got to be, I'm worried that we will do what we do and cut and paste and say, let's have the best standards and they'll be European or this standards or that standards. And we won't create the innovative testing that we need to create products built for the continent, which is predominantly rural, is predominantly bad roads, it's predominantly, small scale usage. We've got to look at where our customers are. And for my customers, they're living, they don't have energy at their homes. They've got 10 kilometres between the clinic and it's a shit road. Do you know what I mean? So we've got to make sure that we work with the regulators and government so we don't create this, we don't shut ourselves out from actually building products that fit our point of development. And then in 50 years' time, that beautiful Zambia Congolese factory on the export zone will have a huge market domestically and it won't all be shipped to Europe or the US. Sorry.
Thank you all. My last question is in the form of a hypothetical scenario. Let's say you had $1 million and access to all the resources you could think of that you might need to start a new business or take over an existing one.
I just saved your eye.
Are there any gaps in the market that you see, or maybe areas within your current work that are trying?
Yeah, definitely. And this would be the manufacturing for ourselves that I see we are importing quite a lot of batteries, solar. It's quite a lot, and also that would be the business that I would look at.
I think my first point of order would be to do market analysis and what is needed by whom, because any industrialization that you do has to serve a purpose. It has to be for needs that are actually, so depending on where I'm trying to set up this business, then my first thing would be to understand the needs that you're serving a need to a community or to a population that could change lives. It's not just about starting a business, whether to make money or to mention farms and things. So that would be my first point of so all the energy she's talking about, and now whatever she's doing is really serving us.
So I'm in the middle of trying to raise lots of money and it's very, very hard. So $1 million isn't enough. Just if anyone wants to write a big check. But for us, what we've discovered on this journey is I started wanting to solve the mobility problem. I didn't want women to walk every day and spend hours in drudgery. We know that the tricycle changes women's lives. We have, amazing women that it changes gender dynamics. It's a real game changer. And the men are happy after 6 months because the women have got their own independence. And they still cook themselves for dinner, but they don't nag them about school fees. But they're happy. Let the women have the tricycle. Go and do your thing, women, because women are very entrepreneurial, as we know. But what we've discovered is energy was the missing link, right? So we want to test, we've got a 5 kVA battery that will take our tricycle 100 kilometres. So now at our charging stations, which are mini grids, we want to add a library of productive tools. We want to do shared. We don't need everyone to own all the objects and buy the cheapest products. So a library of tools where we can mechanize a water pump, a grinder, a drill, a welding machine, a compressor, a milk thing, depending on the community and what the farming needs. And it can be borrowed and it can be shared. And that 5 kVA battery can be used to charge that and help the farmer water his plants, water his horticulture garden twice a week. So power tools, recycling, energy, you can do amazing things with waste. So why don't we localize waste recycling and you just add more energy? You've got the battery set up and you've got that potential, so all that plastic gets recycled and it's aggregation because the transport can go around and collect it. And then maybe, there's a lady in Kenya making bricks and I'm trying to get her to, how do you make plastic bricks? The third is post-harvest loss. Once again, small-scale farmers often don't have a market for their produce. And if they don't transport it, doesn't get to the market. But secondly, if they grow something and they don't get it to the market, it rots, right? So aggregation could be cold storage, temperatures. So energy can unlock rural areas. So we need to actually make sure we have enough batteries for all of our rural communities and the charging stations to go with them. And then I am very confident that everything will be okay. So
Round of those for our panelists, if I can. Do we have any questions from you?
Thank you, our presenters. Just wonderful presentations. My question is to the reading the cycle, the mobility for Africa. I was just curious how you intend to be disposing of the whole batteries, because at some time, one point when you extend years to come, batteries will keep the disposal.
Thank you. I'm very impressed by this panel. What you're doing is really practical. My first question is mobility for Africa. What is the legal form of it? Is it an association, a company, and what is the capital? Because we can upscale it, probably import it somewhere else. Now, and the other question is, okay, you are partnering with Chinese, and then you said a school, I don't know, training center, something like that.
It was the government training centre.
The
It was an existing training centre. So we just partnered to write the curriculum.
okay.
So the idea is that it could be replicated, like that school could train other trainers of trainers and every vocational training. We didn't want to own the curriculum. It's supposed to be part of it. Sorry. I'll start with your question about just on the skill building is an ecosystem. So the province we're registered as everything. It's a for-profit business because I wanted it to be what we call a social enterprise, so there's no legal definition, because I didn't want to be dependent on raising grants and I wanted to scale, right? And there's a lot of impact investment on viable business models. So it's been very, very difficult to prove a viable business model because people look at rural, especially rural women, and say they're too poor. And it's very, very wrong. But we've won some of that debate because we've tested different business models, and now the women lease to purchase the tricycle and then they pay for battery swaps and they have to commit to using the tricycle for shared transport. So it's about shared transport in a community. It's not the richest person who owns the tricycle. It's about moving. It's like an Uber service, but they run it themselves. So they transport my neighbour's tomatoes to the field, to the market. I take grandma to the clinic. You know, I don't need, they make their money, they pay us a fee, and after a year they own the tricycle, but they continue to come back to our charging station and we provide them a charged battery every time they need one, repairs and spare parts, and we manage the batteries because the batteries are complicated. So it's an asset that we have to manage. And going back to your question, we've designed, when I worked with Richard on the technology, I said I want a battery that takes the tricycle 100 kilometres because in our rural areas, people need to move and it might be 10 kilometres here. So they don't want to be doing 50 kilometres, which the cheap batteries will do. With 300 kg load, so you know they can put 300 or 400 kg. The second thing we wanted was long lasting, and so Richard and I said, and the safest chemistry. So it's LMP, and don't want it blowing up because I know from my trial and error that they blow up. And we said, we'll spend more money on the battery, but it'll be better quality and the cells long lasting. So our cells potentially, we don't know yet, could last 8,000 cycles, which is a very good number. And then the idea is it's integrated for storage. So it can have a second life. So as a battery degenerates, it might do 50,000 kilometres, 5 years in the tricycle. And then it'll have another 10 years, another 5 years, if we're charging it and maintaining it properly, to be used for lights and household tools and mechanised tools. So it's research we're doing and we're trying to collect the evidence. And this is the problem with the business approach alone. The business approach always says, but why are you doing that? Why do you need to build a curriculum for low-skilled workers? Why are you needing to communicate? You know, that we have this but I'm building a new system. You know what I mean? There's no one else. If we're going to transition to a green economy, we need the skills, we need the ecosystem. The final bit with the battery recycling is we did a study with our Chinese partner. It's very complicated, and so once again, it's a huge issue because there's so much coming into the continent, and some of it's complete junk, and no one worries me. So how do we build those centres and leverage the technology? And I'm not against, we have amazing innovation on this continent. But just like China learned from the Japanese and the Germans how to build cars, come on, let's leverage, let's be smart. Technology transfer is the way to go, but it's got to be deliberate and it's got to be systematic, and we've got to find the right partners that you can build trust with. So to me, that's something that is not necessarily easy to do, but it's the way we should think about it. And finally, just to say, yes, I want to be in Congo. I'll come to Katanga. No, I see what we want to build is a replicable model, a formula, so we can build the local skills. So you can go into a community or an area and say, let's set up a little assembly factory. Here's the formula. And then there's a centralized, there's a sort of, the McDonald's approach, a franchise approach, or something where you've got the ability to manage the batteries, leverage. So you're putting your R&D constantly into improving, so we're not behind, and the recycling. But it's I think, just to finally, I know I've spoken too much, but it's very hard because I've been talking about this. What I'm a bit despondent about is that it's very hard to get people that see this vision. And I'm not just saying in government and being in Zim, but I've spoken to a lot of the big players in the DFIs and the impact investment space, and they're just so slow, and they want, oh, you can't do all of that, and it's depressing. So we've got an emergency, we've got a climate emergency. How ambitious we've got these young people, let's get them jobs. So I'm very angry at the moment because I'm like, why aren't we moving more quickly? And we don't, and just start from the bottom. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm giving you my negative energy, but I'm just sick of people underestimating this continent. Because if you go, and we all know that, there are so many smart people. And people are, oh, you can't scale that quickly. No, just let me get on with it. You know what I mean? There are smart people, and you find the right people, you train them, they're there. We've got the best human capacity, and we're not using it. Sorry.
Gloria, Michelle, Shanta, thank you so much for your time. I will hand the mic back over.
Thanks so much. We got another round of applause for the more practical side of things. My history before coming into the more society was within the practical stuff. We used to put solar panels on top of houses and schools and hospitals. It's hard work trying to practicalize these ideas that we have. So I think it's also very important for us to keep thinking about it because that's where the solutions are. That's it. As I promised, it is now lunch. It's 1 right now. And I would like to ask the honorables to give me, because your time is very important. Is 2 okay for us to come back? Is there enough time for people to eat? Is that okay? No, it's important. As you need to
Provided to know when we are late, we will engage.
No, that's very much understood. There are tickets. Everyone's got tickets for lunch. Oh, that's if you don't, there's a lunch ticket. If you don't, just come up front and we can give you, and we'll see each other again at 2:10. Thank you so much.
So, yes,
to go to our life, we between for Vision in the no stuff to like
Absolutely, everyone. It's so difficult doing this job. I feel like a teacher, but I cannot discipline my students. I got all the responsibilities on the right. No, but thank you so much for coming on time. We're trying to be as prudent with our time as possible. So we're just hoping other people come in as we go. So that at least for the afternoon sessions and for those who are going to the satellite image unit or have other electrical events to go to, they can attend those and on time. So please allow us to just go ahead with the program and notice other people will be coming through. And also just an administrative thing. By the end of the day, I'll dish out ADMs. Please be patient with me at the end of the day to make it happen properly. And it won't be get throughout the end of session. And after today, we'll have two sessions. The first one with the members of parliament, and then another one with some high-level policy thinkers. The first one will be led, of course, by Ms. Rachel Mundilo, and I'll just give her the mic and she can invite the members of parliament and say, okay, go. Awesome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you again for the opportunity to moderate this session. I am fully aware that we are in the graveyard portion of this meeting, the post-lunch pre-caffeine lull. But I will try to make this a little bit exciting, maybe with some cadence in my voice, perhaps that will help. Thank you again, Kuda, for this opportunity. My name is Rachel Mundilo, and I am the program manager at the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And I manage the program on food, agriculture, natural resource governance, and climate action. And the work of this committee sits at the intersection of critical policy areas, including, of course, natural resource governance, climate resilience, food security, amongst others. And our focus today is on how parliamentarians can drive this conversation on critical minerals, ensuring that these valuable resources translate into real and equitable benefits for our communities. To our esteemed panel, and in alphabetical order or in no particular order, our panelists today are Honorable Dumelang Salishando, but unfortunately he has to attend to another very important meeting. I'm sure you've all seen in the news that there's the signing of the De Beers agreement with the Botswana government. So he is unfortunately caught up in that session. We also have then Honorable Francis Mopekati, who is a member of parliament from Lesotho, and he's also the chairperson of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Standing Committee on Human Social Development and Special Programs. A round of applause for Honorable. Next, we have Honorable Philippus Katamelo. He's a member of parliament from Namibia, and he's also the chairperson of the SADC Parliamentary Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Climate Action. So he's my de facto boss. It's a coincidence that we're both Namibians, but and then we have Honorable Vincent Siflabo, who is a member of parliament from Zimbabwe, and he is the chairperson of the Committee on Energy and Power Development in the Parliament of Zimbabwe. So as a precursor, I thought I'll give a little bit of a background around what the SADC Parliamentary Forum is, maybe just for everyone's interest, because there are times where there's a little bit of confusion between the SADC Secretariat and the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And, I get questions like, oh, are you not based in Botswana? No, the SADC Secretariat is hosted in Botswana and the Parliamentary Forum is hosted in Namibia. So the forum is a regional body for SADC parliaments, and it serves as a platform for promoting cooperation and collaboration among national parliaments in the SADC region. And our main objectives include fostering regional integration. This is a reoccurring theme from this morning, the discussion around regional collaboration and regional integration. Another key objective is around promoting democracy and good governance. So the forum supports democratic processes, the rule of law, ensuring that there's equity and accountability in our election processes in the region. We also focus on building parliamentary capacities, so providing training, resources, and enhancing parliamentarians' abilities to develop policies, reform legislation, and strengthen their oversight functions. Another core objective is addressing cross-border challenges from climate change, trade, energy security. Again, one of those core issues that we have recognized from this morning's session that requires regional input. And then lastly, we also, one of our key objectives is on advocacy and policy formulation. So the forum really advises on regional policies, ensuring that parliamentary voices influence the broader decision-making processes within the region. And although the SADC-PF is not a legislative body per se in the strictest sense of the word, it is a vital conduit between national parliaments promoting best practices, regional integration, and the harmonization of policies. And some exciting developments in July of last year, a historic milestone was set. The necessary signatures to amending the SADC treaty was secured, paving the way to transform the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a regional parliament. So I just thought I'd share that with you. And this is a process that has been coming along since 2004. So 21 years down the line, it is clear that the journey towards transformation does require rigor and of course political will. And I think this really just ties into the discussions around the slow processes in signing up to treaties and ratifying treaties from the discussions this morning. So on that note, again, I just wanted to reiterate that from this morning's discussions, we've heard powerful discussions about, collective agency, regionalism, and of course also around the Africa mining vision and how achieving its objectives requires a regional approach. So on that note, I will go ahead and ask the first panelist, who happens to be Honorable Katamelo. So keeping in line with the theme of regionalism, Honorable, in your role as the chairperson of the SADC PF's Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources, what role do you think the SADC Parliamentary Forum can play in aligning the laws around critical minerals across different countries to promote this regional integration and collective bargaining power? I shall hand over.
Okay. First and foremost, good afternoon. Mela, Ahe, Alokhone, batho ba gae. I'm from Namibia, but ke a bua. Okay. Ba re khudu ya mariga e itsewe ke May. Ke a le ba tshimolola ba goba bana ba itse gore ba rela eng. It's not by default that I found myself there. But in answering your question, maybe as a definition, we need to understand what does it mean for us to be Africans. You know, that picture you have seen there of Dos Santos, Mugabe, whatever opinion you have about them, there is one distinctive factor that was with them without knowing. They live, they breathe as Africans. And one of their objectives was to liberate us to be equals in terms of the Beijing Conference of 1884. Now, sometimes we go and question that 1884 demarcation of Africa as irrational. But we are the very same people that defend our territories to the extent that we've become enemies of each other. The one hand we question and say Africa was divided in Germany, and the same breath, it's not Germany defending those borders. It's me and you maintaining what we say was irrational and so. And that brings you to the definition to say, do we really understand who we are? What is it that we want to achieve with many of the things? We are so knowledgeable. When you look at our flag bearers to achieve the common denominator that we have together, the black skin or the African skin, not to exclude you Africans, but yeah, predominant. Because when we go to Europe, they call us foreigners. So at least here is our house. So, yeah, but not with any kind of distinction, but just to put that emphasis and imagine yourself the road that we have traveled through those flag bearers was not that easy. But me and you has got a vested knowledge. Me and you went to universities, me and you went to wherever. What is it that we are doing differently for the advancement of the African spirit? I think if it's there, it's not visible. If it's visible, we don't live it. Because then we become hypocrites. One moment we defend it as Africans, but at the next moment, we are the same ones that propel it to clear and cascade our own diversity. Now, in view of answering the question, SADC, common laws, well, practically we've achieved and we have started the dialogue. I believe as Africans, we claim ourselves to be Christians. And that's why there is a profound joke to say when they came, the settlers in Cape Town in 1652, they give us the Bible and they say, let's pray, and we close our eyes. After the prayer, we seated with the Bible, but we did not have the land. Yeah. Isn't it? And that's where everything started. One of the key fundamental definitions of any propelment, whether green, whether education, whatever, is the ability of owning land, to cultivate. In simple terms, Africans, they put it nicely. Say, develop agriculture and feed the nation. On Vaka Landbow and Food Dynasty, I saw a mayor here, so she will understand it better. Now, those are the simple, fundamental issues that we need to look at ourselves within the SADC community, within Africans, to say what is it that defines us and what is it that moves us forward. And one of the issues that can create a common denominator and ground is the common laws to develop a common understanding so that you can cohesively propel the agenda of the fellow African countries. But sometimes we behave as if the left hand is in competition with the right hand. I mean, we talked about the Ukraine deal, and we're even happy to accept that it has been done with Africans. So why are the Ukrainians unhappy about it? And the reason is we've become our own worst enemies because we have started to accept mediocrity. That is the definement of the fundamental problem we see. And we don't need to go to conferences, we don't need to go to what? The basics, understanding and doing the basics right. And look at myself when I go around. I studied in South Africa, I do visit. What is the African standard for education? What is the African standard for our health sector? Where do we measure that standard? How do we hold each other accountable to maintain that standard? You know, when you go to an African, when the person tells you, this is my brother, the kind of upbringing we went through will not allow you to ask, is it your mother and father's product, offspring? Immediately you understand that it could be a sister's child, it could be a father's brother's child, it could simply just be a person with whom you have shared your upbringing. That person becomes your brother. When you swap the same question to our white Africans, in as much as they understand, their definition of family is completely different from our definition, regardless. And that is not inherently because that is the definement of who we are as Africans, the embeddedness of definition of cohesion, of a family unit, of caring for each other. That's where that spirit of Ubuntu actually comes from. But along the way, in terms of the capitalistic thinkings and the propelment, we have come to declassify certain of those things. So modern law helps us to create a standard framework first, and to have a person, more especially when you look at the mineral rights, to come down to the topic, and to create that conducive mineral rights propelment or unit to help with licensing processes and for the environmental protection. And mostly also that we have added a new topic that is called climate change. How does it affect us? I sometimes say, the people say we must go green. But how do I go green if I have not yet arrived? How do I go to my constituency and tell my people there in Hobabes, you must stop using wood because now we are going green? If wood is the only thing the person can use to make food and prepare food, how do you change if you have not yet arrived? Some of these things that we have impugned upon ourselves are not achievable. You understand? The Mobility Africa lately, Madam, also challenged. When you look at housing, is one of the biggest things that we struggle with in Africa. All over you get shacks. Go to Angola, you find them. Go to Namibia, you find them. Go to South Africa, you find them. Go where you find them. But is it the absence of the building material that causes shacks? And for me, that's not the person. You cannot address the question of lack of housing if you don't address the capitalistic thinking behind it. You can't apply the same kind of thinking to solve a problem applying the same kind of thinking that caused the problem. A man can buy an 800,000 Toyota double cab and pay it off in 5 years. You can't pay off an 800,000 house. Apparently, you must pay it off in 20 years. Eh? But it's the same money. When you go to FNB and make a loan, in fact, FNB does not have money. They take her money and his money, deposit it together and loan it to me at a very high interest rate. apply a kind of thinking to say a house is an asset and it grows in value, artificial value, and we've constantly subjected to it. Now, when you address the question of housing without addressing the capitalistic thinking behind why people are not owning houses, you're not going to win. You're not going to solve the problem. I believe if we have done proper research and have identified the problem, the solution is inside. But if the problem is clearly not identifiable, regardless of the results you are going to get, you are still going to set with the same problem. So it means that we really need to own our words, we need to understand, we need to define. First, before we subscribe to anything, we need to define the standard that we want. What is the standard that we want in terms of our minerals? How do we use the strength of my neighbor? How does Namibia use the strength of the wind to supply Botswana, Angola, and others who don't have wind? How do we use the SWOT analysis, the strength, the weakness, the threats of each country, and co-opt it to be a formidable thing? I always lastly say this: Namibia and Botswana, we are known for producing cattle, but we will run to the European Union to sign a contract there for products to be sold under very stringent conditions. When you take, I was in Kinshasa, and I was told the population of Kinshasa is between 15 and 20 million. Not the population of DRC Congo. The population of Kinshasa is between 50 and 20 million. The amount of cattle these two countries own can feed not even the entire meat requirement of the population of Kinshasa. Why don't we promote inter-Africa trade? Why don't we create inter-Africa confidence? Why don't we create that conveying belt that we know it is our strength, and through that create the African standard, create the African understanding and the African philosophy? And then, therefore, these minerals that we are talking about can be of meaningful impact and meaning to us. But as long as we don't set the standard, regardless of the laws and the models we are going to implement, we'll just be lagging behind. Yeah. I'm a politician. I'm paid to talk. You don't stop me. But I've come to see that we compete a lot. You know, the difference between politicians is we are the only ones that are paid to talk, together with the teachers and the lecturers and others. But the others, they must talk sense, because it's by qualification that they came there. As is for the audience to decide. I thank you very much.
Very much, Honorable Katamelo, lots for us to reflect on. And ultimately, I think, Honorable Katamelo threw the question back to all of us. So how do we leverage the strength of our neighbors to really ensure that this green industrialization takes place? I will now move on to the next panelist, who is Honorable Zihlabo from Zimbabwe, who will be speaking on economic value addition, looking at Zimbabwe's 2022 ban on raw lithium exports was a bold step towards value addition and industrialization. So what tangible benefits and challenges have emerged from this policy in your experience, Honorable Zihlabo, and how can other SADC countries learn from Zimbabwe's experience?
Yeah, good afternoon to you all again. Yeah, my brief will be on lithium. First, I'll give you a slight background on the resource lithium in Zimbabwe. Then I will tell you about the statutory instrument which was passed in statutory instrument 23, which was passed in 2022, banning exporting raw lithium. What are the cons on that? What have we experienced? Zimbabwe has got reserves for lithium which are huge. that puts the country into a position of real power if proper legislation is put down to benefit Zimbabwe. Like many other African countries, until we really put legislation which will make sure that our minerals are benefiting us more than they are benefiting Europe, we'll get nothing out of them. We'll remain with pits and damaged health. So in 2022, the government realized the rush for mining lithium. Lithium's prices were very good, and a lot was happening in mining, both artisanal and mining companies. So in its wisdom, the government realized that it would be best to sell lithium when it's being processed, instead of just sending it outside the country as raw stone. So a legislation was passed in Statutory Instrument 213 in 2022 and banned raw lithium. And this was quite a strategic move, which could be replicated by countries around us, so that we value add and maximize this opportunity of moving to green energy. So this ban also helped, because what was happening is there was a lot of artisanal mining also taking place. In that space, a lot of raw lithium was smuggled out of the country, and the country was losing a lot of millions, a lot of money during that short period. But in its wisdom, the government then put down the law, and no raw lithium had to be exported. It had to be, companies had to be licensed to to process it, so that when it goes out, it's no longer just raw stone. When that happened, there were consequences which arose. The benefit we got out of that is that companies, particularly companies from China, started, they did putting down a lot of investment to process the lithium, but small scale miners suffered a lot. They had to be pushed out because of to do processing is quite an expensive exercise. Our small scale miners lost out there. That was the unfortunate part, but the Chinese companies invested quite a bit into processing, and value addition made us realize much better revenue out of the lithium. The idea of processing this lithium into processing it will work very well if it becomes regional. If it becomes regional and it's not done by only one country, the whole region of SADC coordinates the way they do it, because it is so critical that in this energy space, in this energy transition, we take advantage of the minerals which we have got, which are good for this transition, and maximize revenue out of them. And to do that, it will be best that we coordinate as a SADC region. If we coordinate as a SADC region, as a bloc, the example Zimbabwe has done must actually be replicated by the countries around SADC, and it will make much more impact in the region if the region is working together to do that. The other thing which helped, which was a bit, let me just put through my notes quickly. Also, what was a real disadvantage was that during the rush, mining was quite chaotic. The fact that the ban came in and licenses had to be given out helped a great deal on stabilizing the rush and the chaos which was happening in the entire industry. It helped a lot that mines were much more managed, much better because of licensing of processing the lithium. I think for now, basically that's about the advantage which the government deliberately managed did for on the lithium sector, on the lithium beneficiation. I think that's it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sikwabo. Of course, certain parallels can be drawn from between the Zimbabwe and the Namibian experience, considering that these are the two countries that have banned the export of raw lithium from their countries. And of course, in the Namibian example, government banned a Chinese mine from exporting lithium ore to China, and the government ended up cancelling the mine's mining license, and this decision was ultimately set aside by the court. So there are interesting parallels that can be drawn from the various approaches that have been taken in countries in the region. I'll now move on to the next speaker, who is Honorable Hati. Honorable Hati, we heard this morning about the need for a people-centered approach to natural resource governance. And communities, especially women and youth, have questioned the benefits derived from mining activities in the region for local communities. So what actions from your experience as chairperson of the Human Social Development and Special Programs Committee, so how can you, from your experience, how can we ensure that we improve human and social development from mining for local communities?
Thank you so much, Rachel, for bringing me in on this, and specifically turning the conversation into the human side of things. Normally, mining industries are known to be some of the sectors that, the success of such sectors is measured in terms of the amount of ounces or carats or tons that have been extracted from the earth, but very little is being talked about in terms of how many lives have actually been positively impacted. So you realize that it's an industry that is highly dominated by profits, more than actually looking into what are the benefits that the local communities that are affected by the practices actually have been impacted. So even if we talk about the benefits of mining, I think since the early in the morning when we spoke, different speakers have already made it clear that the benefits of mining actually do not outweigh both social and environmental impacts that remain behind in the communities where the mining practices actually happen. Even the benefits that we see, most of them are enjoyed at national level or perhaps by a small percentage of people in the top. But the communities that actually suffer the impact of the mining practices are at community level. So we need to really be thinking critically in terms of what do we really do to ensure that communities that are directly affected by the mining practices actually are the ones that are being compensated and fairly. So when we look at some of the challenges that come with this, we have two dynamics. It's either we have communities that have been affected by the mining practices in a way that certain minerals have been discovered around their community, or it's either these communities have been formed around a mining sector. So the challenges here and there will be some that are cross-cutting. There are some that will be unique for the kind of community we are dealing with. Let's make an example of a community in which a mining activity has been discovered, a certain mineral has been discovered in a particular community. Here are the consequences of the mining operation taking place. The people are going to lose their land. Most of these lands that they have been using for agriculture for so many years, for their livelihoods, there would be some heritage infrastructure or heritage sites across that would be affected. Then there could be relocation of people. Because once a mineral has been discovered in a certain location, then when you look at the parameter through which the mining practices will have to happen, there would be some people that have to be moved from that particular location. So these are all the impacts that are very, very permanent to some people that actually change their lives for forever. And then we normally have this practice of, compensation when we move people from places. But the question is the compensation really the answer? Because if you compensate people monetarily for moving them, these are some of the people who have no experience in cash economy. They do not even know how to use this large lump sum of money that you're giving to them to go relocate elsewhere. In the long term, you find that people who have been compensated for their land, in the long term, they go poor. They've been given money for their land, but you look at them 10 years down the line, you can't even tell they were ever compensated. Are we having proper compensation models that ensure that the lives of the people we are relocating will be better than when they were in their land? So these are things that we need to be thinking about to say, are we really doing enough to compensate them? The other aspect we can look at is the infrastructure development of communities that are affected by mining practices or that actually reside around mining activities. I think there was a speaker earlier also who talked about, what used to happen in earlier times when a mine is being commissioned in a community. There would be infrastructure like schools, hospitals, and all the essential infrastructure that the community would benefit from. The question is, do we still see those happen? Are they still a fair trade-off for the people, for their land and everything else that they're losing in exchange of this kind of infrastructure that we are talking about? But if you go beyond that and you look deeper into what actually happens to the people, the human rights issues around mining areas, we need to be talking about those as well. And these are rarely talked about. We have communities living under different situations like sexual violence for women around mining areas. We know you'll have people coming from all over to come and reside closer to the mining activity. And so many things happen, you know. So we have women who we see sexual violence happening to women, we see domestic violence happening around places of that sort, high crime rate rising in places like that. So these are issues that also need to be incorporated as we speak about the consequences of mining activities. Not just look at critical minerals are there, oh, we're going to become rich, but what do we say about our people, the social values, the social challenges that come with this establishment? You know, we need to also be speaking about those things. So I guess without just throwing in problems or issues, it is also important to really make some few suggestions in terms of what could be done. Governments through parliaments, we need to be putting together strong regulatory frameworks around mining activities, legislative instruments that will ensure maximum beneficiation of communities. And when we define beneficiation of communities, should not just look in the lens of economic benefit. The same things I'm talking about of the social issues that communities will be affected in, let us speak about those as well, so that our beneficiation package is very clear, it's very intentional, and is actually the one that is going to be approved by the people. Because most of the times we talk about these impacts as sometimes technocrats or as leaders, and not really asking the people what would actually be a better compensation for you. So if we speak with the people, we make sure that people are consulted, not only when we want to open a mine in their community, but the continuous consultation and engagement through the life of the mine, so that people keep giving feedback of whether they are still benefiting from the existence of an establishment around their community. Because sometimes we only talk to them early in the beginning when we tell them how their land is rich and whatnot, whatnot. Later on, all the impacts that come after, the dust, everything else, nobody says anything more to the communities. So we need to ensure that we have that continuous engagement. We make sure that communities actually have a say in the decision making of anything that happens around the mining center. I guess another opportunity that still remains definitely is that of, you know, public-private partnership to figure out where communities and private sector could play a role together with governments in also trying to achieve the whole idea of, you know, maximizing the beneficiation of the extraction of the minerals. I think that is what I would say at this point in time, that we need to also have the lens of thinking about the people, thinking about the social aspects of things, and not just looking at this in terms of money, finances, and everything, but also taking account that there are lives that are affected, and how do we minimize that as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khati. Just from your intervention there, I think we can reflect on the fact that, of course, members of parliament serve as conduits between the decisions that are made and the communities or constituencies that they represent. And the ultimate role of accountability squarely falls at the door of you as members of parliament. And again, also just to reflect on the fact that legislation in itself is not self-effecting. We can have the best policy positions, the best regulatory frameworks, but if there's no mechanisms in place to ensure that there's accountability, that oversight of that legislation is undertaken, I think we will sit with white elephants. So I think, again, as parliamentarians, your role is really to ensure that there is follow through, that oversight is conducted, ensuring that the requisite budgets are appropriated to ensure that legislation can be implemented. We heard this morning around, you know, the example from, was it Zambia, where policies were put in place, but then when the budget came about, it was inadequate to effect that policy position. So that is really the role of parliamentarians, to ensure that implementation is possible. On that note, I'm not a parliamentarian, so I'll try and stop here. But on that note, I will now give the floor over to our audience for your reflections, comments, inputs, and questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My first question is, I think on the presentation on Zimbabwe on the ban of lithium. So last week we were in Jakarta, in Indonesia, and there was a lot of conversations on the story of Indonesia. Yes, I know Ruli mentioned it in the morning and said you cannot take some of these examples fully. You need to pick up the lessons from what Indonesia did around value addition. So my question to you is, I was interested in hearing more around the plan, meaning what are the policy indicators such as incentivizing in terms of processing, fiscal and non-fiscal, incentives. Are there any budget allocations, towards value addition? Whether at the, is it that we're beginning from the beginning of the value chain? And then I was more interested in also hearing around interlinkages with other sectors such as education. I mean, we've heard about skills, we've heard about technology. So what is the interlinkage with other sectors, economic sectors? Because if we're doing value addition in country, it means we have to tap into the education sector to give us, say, for example, engineers, etc. So I didn't hear that. Also projections, how will this change the economy of Zimbabwe moving forward? Because we've said here in the morning, we want to learn and we want to take away some of these practical examples, because we come here, we talk, and we're not able to move and advance this conversation to the next level. So it would have been interesting for us to poke holes and say, this was the plan for Zimbabwe, and you have the Olivers, Dr. Olivers of this world tell you, no, this is what has been done, but this is what you can do. The last thing is, I know the Africa Legal Support Facility, they put together policies on how to interact with things like value addition. So it's institution that you can actually tap into as a government for them to come. They're a government, they're the African Union, right? Dr. Oliver, the African Union, the LSF, FDB. Yes, African Development Bank. It's a facility that you can actually tap into, and they help governments actually put together these plans on how to actually advance this conversation to the next level. So I was keen to hear that from a parliamentary perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Joseph from SIRE. I'll be brief because the question was taken from my mouth somewhat. But what I just also raise is that a caution against African countries taking the wrong lessons from cases such as the Indonesian nickel export ban. That's because industrial policy tools such as export restrictions can never be implemented as a standalone policy instrument to encourage value addition. They have to be implemented as a coherent industrial policy tool. And also, I think colleagues have mentioned it, but I think it's worth mentioning again that it's also important when we look at lessons from elsewhere that we look at some of the negative consequences of the implementation of such industrial policies have had, not just in terms of social and environmental consequences in Indonesia, but also in terms of international trade law. Various WTO cases were brought against Indonesia by the European Union and other partners against Indonesia, which the Indonesians ultimately ended up losing, and then faced various measures from other trading partners to essentially punish them. Now, I understand the WTO trade dispute settlement mechanism is not functioning as it ought to, but I just think that we should, in summary, I think we should just be careful about promoting export restrictions as a silver bullet for value addition in African countries.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to all our honorable speakers for very insightful presentations. I'd like to ask the first question with regards to Zimbabwe. I just ask, you said that the small scale miners were negatively affected. So what I wanted to know is that, are there still small scale miners mining, even though the processing is done by Chinese mining companies? I asked this because although the processing is quite complex for small scale miners, because of the scientific intricacies of processing these, but I think the mining, because it's a pegmatite that is mined, is still easily mined by artisanal small scale miners. So there could be an opportunity there now bringing solutions. There could be an opportunity there to link artisanal miners and these Chinese processes so that the artisanal miners consistently have whilst they have a market that they can sell to and not mine and sell black markets. Because one thing I can guarantee you, it's not that your artisanal miners are no longer mining lithium. It's just that they're mining it and selling it on the black market. But now this isn't promoting what I was speaking about when I was up there, which is the fact that you need to create a value chain for artisanal miners. So if you create that link between those who are processing and the artisanal miners, then you're creating an opportunity for artisanal miners not only to become entrepreneurs, but can also promote to become maybe from artisanal to small scale, and who knows, maybe to real miners and medium scale.
Building off for Adrian's question and another one for this policy. First one is from a government policy formulation point of view. We're talking about banning mineral exports. At the same time, these are governments that have constrained budgets and are relying on, let's say, royalties from, let's say, maybe from trade of some of these minerals. How do you balance the need for that money and at the same time wanting to promote value addition in your countries by banning? Then the second question for Lesotho, based on something that you had shared, is how feasible do you think it is to have some kind of ownership scheme, either for the communities that are forced to relocate or for the communities that are in and around mining projects, so that they have some kind of percentage of ownership of projects? Are companies open to some kind of model like this, so that once who came and maybe it's not enough, as you said, but a continuous share of ownership, it can continue like over generations? How feasible is something like that?
Okay. We'll hand over to the panelists to respond to some of the questions.
I'll try and it looks like basically the question is almost similar. The concerns are similar. If you look at that statutory instrument when it was passed 2022, later on, some withdrawal was done to try and accommodate these concerns. Initially, I would say it was more of a knee-jerk reaction that this is the best way we're going to do it. But obviously, a few in problems like what you've just enunciated were realized, so we had to polish a lot of regulation there. That's why it was with not completely withdrawn, but modified, so that small scales miners are still there. They continued to mine, but now a route was done such that they sell directly to these bigger Chinese companies. But it helped the country that at least the huge companies started investing on processing, which is a good part. It helped that way. It forced them into starting to invest on beneficiation. Balancing the ban and the need for cash. Definitely, you would understand that Zimbabwe as a country is fairly squeezed because of, I would say, sanctions. Some will not disagree. We disagree with that, but that's the reality of the fact that because of that, it is difficult for the government to get money in the money market. It's surviving within this very constraint, and those were the measures which they had to take. But as I say, modification on the law is continuously being worked on so that it mitigates these concerns which you have. It mitigates the concerns. And when it comes on the training education sector, we are the country is working hard on trying to make the education to begin to produce more engineers on that route. We are there in actual fact, producing engineers to try and fill that gap. So that's probably the reason why you will notice that the law had to be modified. I mean, a concession had to be made than the initial straight ban which was done. I think I'm correct.
Okay, thank you very much for the question that you put. And I think I absolutely agree with you that we need to be looking into different models of compensation for communities that are affected by mining activities, including the idea that you come with of community shareholding possibly, something that could be looked into instead of giving communities direct compensation of one-time revenue that we definitely know they do not have experience and expertise of actually reinvesting that money. Would rather, for the same compensation you are going to give, how about in shares? How about saying we were going to give out 5 million to this particular community? Why don't then we say we sell them the shares worth the same amount of money? It means communities are then going to benefit as the success of the mining industry and the activity happens. Then the value of the investment even grows further. But then it goes back to the question to say, do we really want to liberate the community? When we take their resources, is it because we want them better off or not? So that drives the decisions that we are willing to make, the kind of offers we are willing to put on the table for the people, So if our leadership has political will to pursue such conditions when bringing in investors, because the sad part of this is the drivers of these kind of industries are normally not our local people. They are investors coming from outside, coming with their own conditions. How ready are our governments on putting conditions of this sort before investors? Because if we are brave enough and courageous enough to say, yo, if you're going to be affecting our communities, this is how we want you to do it. We want you to get into partnership with the community by having them buy shares. Then that is exactly what we are saying. Because when I was talking about public-private partnership, that could be another model. So I absolutely agree with you. I believe it's visible. I've not done any study around that, definitely, but my mind just tells me this would be the best offer for the community, and it would need to have support from the local leadership for it to happen.
Yeah.
The honorable members of various national assemblies, good afternoon. Thank you for coming. In the morning, we heard from the comrades from the African Union that out of the 50 plus countries that are in Africa, only four have ratified or shown political commitment to the implementation of the African Union strategy. I'm not sure whether your parliaments are one of them. Can't remember the exact names. I don't know if
No, they are not included.
I don't know if I've seen proceedings.
These ones are.
So that's the first question. The second question borders on regionalism, because I think it keeps on coming up. And I don't know if it still exists, but there is a SADC parliamentary forum. We will need support and more that's organ. It's not about that. What body? Is it fair to say that we've got ambassadors in there through you, one of members? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure you were here at the beginning of our session.
No.
So I want to check on that question.
Thank you. I think she made it clear the distinction between SADC, the secretariat that is based in Zabron, and SADC PF, the parliamentary forum, which is now moving to the next phase of becoming a regional parliament, more in line with the ECOWAS, the Eastern and the Western Bloc in terms of what. It has taken 21 years, but yeah, there is a Chinese proverb or whatever that every journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. So, and at least we have come and learned out of age there. Now, that's just the distinction. To say you have got ambassadors, and simply also, why is it not signed if you are the ambassadors? I think the very first definition is understanding. Do we understand the same concepts at the level that it is required for understanding? My learned professor, I did not know, during his interaction said, DRC, Rwanda, and Burundi was one country. Now I was asking myself, can it be true that DRC, Rwanda, Burundi can be one country? In 50 years or 100 years down the line, the intensity of difference is like so of people cutting each other throats as if they were never one.
Yeah.
You get that dynamics. It's because of a lack of understanding and communicating. And then you also know the strategy of divide and rule. Yeah? But from my side, I think and understanding the benefits that we can achieve as a collective bloc. I'm sure the answer should be in the affirmative that the nudge is there to understand the pervasiveness of fighting together in unison. I was also thinking if today's De Beers signature, if Namibia, Botswana, South Africa, and any diamond mining country can come together and offer to De Beers to say, this is our block. This is the carrots we are able to give to you. Without a word, you put yourself at a very positive negotiating power, simply by virtue of coming together, just as a bloc. Do we do that? Do we pursue that? Or are we clouded by other? Okay, let me gossip also. That's why you see, when you look at a striker, when you're gossiping, whisper. Yeah, I'm whispering. I was wondering, when will I ever hear that there is a white man that was bewitched because he was mistreating blacks in the history? You've never heard of that. Only heard that there is a black man who bewitched another black man. Not even a distant relative. You understand? And then I ask myself, why is witchcraft only working for blacks? And then you start to understand the deception becomes a very decisive factor in some of these dealings. I hope I have answered the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think that concludes our session. A big round of applause for ample opportunity to continue to engage them during the session as well as tomorrow. They are here for your.
Thanks so much. I was interested when you said the ambassador question. It was interesting to me because at home we're always told that our government that this is our one chance as a citizen, this is one chance we like see the world. These are our influence. Members of parliament is our influence, you know, and they always remind us of that. So I feel like this also have our citizen hats on, you know, not just a civil society hat. And remember that even those who may not be from your country, they are you know, because we do pay some tax to Santa. But last I checked, so by the borders. So you've got every right to question them, we talk to them and have conversations, and it's a privilege to honestly have you here. It's not always the case. I know there's always a very big rush, and I'll argue my theory of change to ensure that the parliamentarians on board is this argument that no, you debate a minister, a president, you know, to your sessions. It will show that you're serious, but I really believe in parliamentary processes. I think the parliamentary mind is a lot longer lasting. Even when we talk about the 5-year mindset for most governments, but like you need parliaments themselves that long meetings. Laws or bills last a bit long than most presidencies on the continent. And I really believe as a society we should invest a lot more within that space of engaging our parliament as much as possible. Thank you for that. And I think we'll just move on to the next session and then just about tea and we can then head home. So this session is the one that I am moderating on, thankfully. I'll then invite you know to the stage, Galo, as well as Adrian, and you can then have a conversation. While we're coming, I'll then explain what the session is basically on. So we imagine, thank you. Please have me around the Q&A. Thank you. So our thinking behind the session, it's a segue to tomorrow's session, but also reminding us about what we spoke about today. And the session title is basically Reflection on the Regional Strategy, the current critical minerals and green industrialization plans. But how I can just so I'm hoping to hear something about Trump. I'm hoping to hear something about China. I'm hoping to hear something about Africa to really give us more global outlook in preparation for tomorrow's session. And the colleagues that we have there, Galo, who wrote, I personally believe, a seminal paper as reported on critical minerals, and I think I'll ask him some tough questions on that. And Adrian, as alluded to by including earlier, working at SIRE, the hope is that he can speak a lot more around the AGMO and also the G20 work that I think is important to think about. Africa is hosting the G20 for the first time this year in South Africa in November, if I'm not mistaken. November. So what does that look like? Do we have Donald Trump coming to join us? He's there. 8 million for 1 year. And of course, no, I can't look to the imagine. They also have a great paper. Once I will share some pages that will be in the group as a repository for you to just know about. And also, if you have papers and the like that you want to share, please feel free share in the group so that because I will close it on Tuesday. With other, I know all have 2 WhatsApp groups. But I want us to share as much resources and information as much as possible. So please do feel the liberty to share within that WhatsApp. That's it. I think I will start off basically by asking each panelist to basically just do an overview of what they're thinking within this conversation and outline that I provided. And after that, rather than me asking my pointed questions, because I think I can get a bit too pedantic about these things. I'll ask the crowd to really ask you the questions. And if I feel like you're not talking about it, I'm asking any question. So I think I'll start at the far right, Galo, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah, thank you so much. That was pretty humbling introduction. And then thanks a lot as well for the invitation. It's really great to be able to connect. I tend to say it every time I can, but as practitioners, officials, researchers on the continent, we don't get that many opportunities to connect with physically. And so it's really important to do that. I think when we talk about leveraging minerals, it's obviously a very ancient question in some ways, and I think we're trying to reinvent the wheel a lot because of the debates around green minerals. But the old challenges that we live with in terms of how do we actually leverage natural resources that you have to conflict, and what are effective these can be realized going forward when it comes to these minerals. And as friends commenting through you right this morning, I always say we must do our homework. And the first thing that we need to understand is obviously the context in which we are located when it comes to critical minerals. Often we talk about it at a very abstract level. I'm all for promoting as much as possible regional and continental approaches. But at the end of the day, we know that most decisions are made at national level. And it's not extremely helpful to look at the issue in an abstract continental fashion. Say, Africa has got lots of critical minerals. Actually, when we look at it very concretely, there are 5 or 6 African countries that have a lot of critical minerals and have global positioning where they can really fight for market power. All the other countries on the continent, yes, have some minerals, no doubt, but are in much more marginal positions. And that means that the possibilities going forward are different. It doesn't mean that they're non-existent. It just means that they're different. And then the policy response necessary to do that are different. We've spoken a lot about Indonesia, and Indonesia tells you a lot with one experience. People focus on the nickel experience of Indonesia, but then forget the bauxite one. Indonesia went with a very blanket approach of trying to support processing and beneficiation in the country, banning the export. Some of the pitfalls of that have been highlighted this morning, but it has been by and large relatively successful on the nickel side of things, positioning Indonesia as a leader when it comes to processing, and it's actually the only mineral where China is not the leading processing country in the world. Is nickel. That's the only one. That's Indonesia, thanks to the nickels. So we can look at the good side. But what we don't look is the catastrophe that the same policy has been on the bauxite side. Because in that case, Indonesia is a very marginal producer of bauxite. So what did investor do? They said, well, we're just going to go. We don't need to be here. We need to be here for nickel. So we'll beneficiate because nickel, there's nowhere else to go. We'll have to do it. For bauxite, we're going to go. And so what we're seeing now is a bad building. So Indonesia is having to soften their stance. What it tells us is that we need to really understand the context because the policy responses have to be context specific. And so what is relevant for South Africa, Morocco is not what is relevant for Zimbabwe or for Benin, for Guinea. There's some lessons that can be learned, but there's no blanket approach. And I think that's quite important. And then there's a second thing that I wanted to kind of bring in now is what is the risk? what is it that we want out of our interest? And I think often we're not quite specific. Again, so we want to beneficiate. Beneficiate is not an end in itself. Okay. Actually, I'd argue if all we do is beneficiate, we don't do it. Beneficiating as first stage beneficiation is capital intensive, virtually does not employ anyone. So if beneficiation is a step towards labor intensive manufacturing, labor intensive services, then yes, that is a winning strategy. But we cannot stop at, oh, let's beneficiate, because that is actually not bringing a lot of value in terms of employment and local consumers. So we need to really understand the kind of beneficiation that we want to ask, and I'll end on that. I was actually at a SIA event last year. With the Chinese ambassador to South Africa. And he said something that I thought was quite profound and fairly undiplomatic. Came to the podium and said, China is capable. Is Africa ready? What is it that you want from us? If you do not tell us that, we will get from you what we want. So he was very provocatively saying, you need to do your homework. You need to tell us what is it that you want in this partnership with us. And I thought that was quite profound because it really tells us, that we need to do our homework domestically in terms of what we want to achieve domestically, but then also how we deal with partners, and that can be neighbors, can be the continent, but that can be also China and our other traditional partners in the EU and the US. I think I'll pause now at the introduction.
Thank you for that, Galo. And I was at the same meeting, this is actually where I did Galo, the Chinese ambassador said this. And I think it was on the side station, because we just happened to them when he said this. I nearly choked in the because I could not answer this question. He said, what do you actually want from us? And he said, it's such a very that calm way, like, what do you want? Like, tell me now what you want. And it's just before fallback. And we looked at each other like, actually, we actually haven't thought about this. Because we think we know what we want, but we actually know what we want. And I think leading to that point about moving away from beneficiation to actually leading to labor intensive industry. This is what I think that means, and I think this ties in some of the chats we had earlier, that electrical vehicles are not really what we actually need to focus on, right? How do we build more stoves, cooking stoves, right? Now, how do we build more solar panels very cheaply? What is our ask? What is our end game to actually pull that kind of the situation with this? So thanks so much for that, Adrian. Adrian, you can now take over and speak on this point.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll take a stand. Thank you, everyone. My name is Adrian Joseph. I work in the Climate Change and Natural Resources Program at a think tank based in Johannesburg called the South African Institute of International Affairs. The organization has been in existence for 90 years. It was founded in 1934. Just quickly, I want to pick up on some of the things that, in the spirit of dialogue, that Gaylor said. The sentiment expressed by the Chinese ambassador, when I attended a meeting of European ambassadors in South Africa, the chief takeaway that I took from that meeting is that the European Commission wanted to know, what does Africa hope to achieve from its critical minerals? Coincidental, I don't think it is. I think it's a product of us not having, everybody else has a strategy for Africa's critical minerals, except Africa. And I understand that the African Green Mineral Strategy is in development and so on and so forth, but let me not digress. I would also encourage you to read the Southern Transitions Report on critical minerals. So basically my brief today, I'll leave the talking about US-South Africa relations to the Department of International Affairs. My focus today is to talk about the topic of critical minerals in the context of South Africa's G20 presidency. So Cyril Ramaphosa, speaking this year at the World Economic Forum in Davos, outlined the priorities for South Africa's presidency of the G20, saying that the focus would be on critical minerals as part of a broader green industrialization agenda. The three main things that the president outlined is that he said South Africa wants to use the G20 platform to basically answer three questions regarding critical minerals in Africa. One, we want to look at, the South African presidency wants to look at how can the G20 support the principles and actionable recommendations outlined in the UN panel on critical energy transition minerals. I don't know if anyone's mentioned the panel today, but a groundbreaking panel with a South African co-chair outlining principles, and just to name a few, is a principle on value addition and beneficiation, is a principle on greater transparency and anti-corruption, and is a principle on greater multilateral cooperation. The second thing is, how can G20 countries address the various obstacles to creating more equitable mineral value supply chains? We know that critical minerals is a securitized issue. Why? Because of the high concentrations of these minerals in a select number of jurisdictions. And this creates various supply challenges, right? And then the third thing, which I suppose is most relevant for this, this gathering here, is how can we use the G20 platform to promote value addition on the African continent? To this end, the South African presidency and President Cyril Ramaphosa has called for what he calls a grand bargain on critical minerals. To put it more specifically, the South African presidency has put forward an initiative for a G20 framework on green industrialization and investments, and as part of this discussion, critical minerals will play an important part. This will involve, it will fall under the Task Force for Inclusive Economic Growth and Industrialization, Employment and Reduced Inequality. I don't know who names these task forces. And what they hope to achieve out of this task force is a high level report, expert report, that puts together this grand bargain that we wish to achieve as G20 countries. And the G20 countries really are the countries who are the big hitters when it comes to critical minerals. Right, so that being said, now that I've laid out the South African priorities, I want to talk about how critical minerals has been discussed in previous G20 presidencies. As some of you will know, the last two G20 presidencies came from countries in the Global South. And in the spirit of Global South cooperation, which is part of the theme of this conference, I'd like to talk a bit about that. So first of all, in the Indian G20 presidency, the Indians laid out a voluntary high-level set of principles on critical minerals. And again, this included things like value addition, beneficiation at source, et cetera, During the Brazilian G20 presidency, they also outlined principles for a just energy transition, which again included commitments to value addition, et cetera, So, and then I think quite interestingly, in the 2020 G20 presidency, which was held in Indonesia, the anti-corruption working group there actually cautioned to say that the extraction of these minerals is bound to unleash a new wave of environmental and social problems. And if something is not urgently done about this, the energy transition will happen at the expense of countries and citizens in the Global South. I'm not going to talk about the UN panel because I think I have mentioned that. So a few recommendations, given what I've said. First of all, I think it's important to center the African Green Mineral Strategy, as well as the various agreements that have preceded it, such as the African Mining Vision. We need to get clear about what Africa's strategy is on critical minerals beyond buzzwords like value addition and beneficiation. We really do need to get clear about that. That's the first thing. The second thing is that even though South Africa is hosting the G20 presidency, the African Union will for the first time be taking part at G20. So it's incredibly important for the various organizations that were mentioned, the African Minerals Development Center, the African Bank, basically all the UNECA, basically all the organizations that are relevant to this debate to take part in this G20 presidency. Because there are very, very few opportunities where countries from the global north and the global south can come together to discuss these issues. Only what I'd say is that, so now I'm going to do a bit of self-promotion and talk about the African Green Mineral Observatory. So for those of you who are not aware, the African Green Mineral Observatory is a platform, I would call it a repository, of all the latest up-to-date news, events, resources, strategies, publications on critical minerals in Africa. It's regularly updated. It's a collaborative, the platform was established as a partnership between the African Minerals Development Center and the South African Institute for International Affairs. And I really like what Gaila said about, as in this critical minerals debate, we need to do our homework. And let me tell you, the homework is on that website. There's some excellent work that's being done, not only by my organization, by Southern Transitions, by the South African Resource Watch, by Global Witness. It's there for the policymakers to take up. These things about export restrictions, things about linkages, things about dealing with environmental challenges, it's there. And so I would encourage policymakers, civil society members, corporates, to really use the African Green Minerals Observatory, which I'll share on the group, as a platform to engage with, but also to share when you come across information, news, events, reports, publications that are critical for the critical minerals agenda in Africa. And yes, then I think I'll just end there and I welcome any questions. Thank you so much.
Those for Adrian. Thanks, Martin, for that. I thought you were going to forget some. Oh, yeah. I thought you were going to forget that the AU is part of the G20. I always spoke and I always complain about South African exceptionalism. So I was ready to bite you. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for mentioning that the AU is part of it. Because I think in a lot of ways, and I think President Cupcake did say this, that this is an African G20 and it's important to take advantage of this. Reason being, G20s are, in my point of view, one of the most serious multilateral systems right now. We go to COPs a lot. COP is not going to be a thing again because of Donald Trump, but G20 is going to be probably one of the most serious multilateral meetings we're going to have during Trump's administration, which increases the emphasis for us to be prepared for this G20 process as much as possible. I would then like to now invite you now, and then we can have a conversation about your paper.
Thanks, Kuda. I have briefly prepared a slide because I'm personally from Development Reimagined as a climate action specialist, but I'm only specialized some works in Chinese engagement in renewable energy promotions and also some China-Africa cooperation framework for the climate actions. So for critical minerals, I'm definitely not very professional, I think, as all the experts here seated, but today I want to just share, it's like a group wisdom of the Development Reimagined team, and we have the economists, we have the senior policy advisors who has come up with exciting reports regarding the critical minerals. So briefly about DER, we are Africa-led international consultancy with headquarters in Beijing and also in the UK and Kenya. It was created to try to fill some gaps in the current South-South cooperation with the focus on Africa, but we start our work from the China-Africa collaborations, and the climate action is one of our key focus. So, okay, cool. So regarding the topic of the mining, I understand that in this room, everyone understands how important the minerals is for this continent and how important for each country's GDP, economic development, and also transitioning to a green economy. But there's one point I want to point out in this page is that you can see it's actually varies in different African countries. Our research found out that, for example, the countries like Republic of Congo and Liberia, their minerals has contributing to over almost a half of their GDP, and also DRC, Angola, between 30 to 40%. And there are other, in our region, it's actually mostly from the 10% to 20%, which we see Zambia, Botswana,
Mozambique and Zimbabwe. So we definitely want to talk these mineral things case by case and country by country. So then regarding this topic, I think we have been touched this field already about what's the current action that the continent is trying to, adapt to this critical mineral actions. So for the continental level, we realize the current guiding policy framework for mineral development is mainly one is called African Mining Vision, another one the African Union Commodity Strategy, but they are both are quite, very comprehensive for sure, but they don't even give an official definition or set up a list of minerals that is critical or strategic for the continent's green industrialization or economic development. So, and from the country level, you can see there's nine countries that they have such policies related to the critical minerals that want to definitely have it processed and want to create jobs locally. But again, it's mainly about export ban on those raw minerals, but we didn't see like a holistic policy that's how it can be, localized as industrialization or create jobs. And we actually find out there's some specific cases happening, for example, in Nigeria and in Zimbabwe. They definitely have already this framework policy of buying the raw materials, and also they try to get partnership with export partners like Chinese companies to not only do this processing and also try to do like iron products with what they have in locally. So this is something that when we talk about increasing value addition in this conversation that we want to see more, like case by case, but also from the holistic policy level. And then, because the first question is actually to me is the current mineral progress and also in general for Africa's green industrialization. So for DR, we also have a discussion paper focused on how to implement Chinese support for Africa's green industrialization. For this page, not yet touch Chinese things, but we definitely do some mapping of what the Africa green industrialization is about. Are there any policies or definitions from Africa, which we hope to also to answer in the question of what Africa wants. And you can see that there's African Union papers that focus on climate change or renewable energy initiatives that they touch some of the green industrialization. But again, we didn't see very practical level of how we can boost those green industrialization happening in the continent. So I think in general, the climate we feel is we are definitely on our journey to have this green industrialization, but there's a lot of to-do list on our notebooks. So then and then I will go a little bit to the China Africa things. So I mean, before we talk about the current collaboration or engagement between China and the African continent, we definitely also want to understand what's in general the Africa-China mining looks like. So we collect some data from the open sources. You will see actually China is definitely not the top player in this field. So I think there is was cut it some part of the slides. But it's okay. You see, China is not even at the top fourth level. So actually, China is it's actually at the fifth. So it's the missing one. But you will see there's four other stakeholders that is covering more footprints in the mining sector in Africa. And for Africa, China's specifically for us is you also see it's very different regarding different countries. There's 4 countries that account for over 80% of the minerals export to China. So we already listed here. So when we talk about Africa-China mining relationship or the engagement, we actually talk about we need to know what's the country that is highly exposed in this relationship. And the question for us now is, does Africa need China to do this green industrialization? There is a recent, we can see it's a progress, is the last year's FOCAC 9. I assume that people in this room know what FOCAC represents. It's the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, and it starts the 2000. So it's almost over 20 years for last year. So last year we have the 9th China-Africa Forum, China-Africa Action Forum, and we have the 9th action plan. So if we track all the action plan in the past 9 FOCAC deliverables, the minerals only comes up with the FOCAC 8, which is 2021. And only mentioned like 1 or 2 in this whole big documents. But for last year's, you can already see a lot of related discussion, not only about the minerals, but also about the nexus between the minerals, the energy, and also the infrastructure. And also you can see that it is highly highlighted is the value addition for sure. And also there is a special fund to fund the whole supply chain of the critical minerals to be transformed into value-added products. So we can see there is some small progress, and you can see it covered the topic from different key areas, including industry cooperation and China-EU partnership, green transport, and there is a specific program called Africa Solar Belt program. So it's like some extension from the minerals to a generic green industrialization collaborations. But again, I think we have listed a lot of things that's mentioned in this document, but how we can achieve all those action points. So for DR, we actually summarize 3 model that China can support for Africa's green industrialization. The first one is definitely the renewable energy, which could be also the fundamental thing for the mining sector to be industrialized. And the second part is to leverage China's special economic zone in Africa with the green industrial chain cooperation. And the last one is to linking the minerals to the value-added manufacturing of environmental goods. So environmental goods, we define these items as any products that can contribute to a green development. So we also have a separate report that is talking about if Africa wanted to locally manufacture, for example, solar panels or even assemble batteries at the first step, where is the best destinations? So I will not share too much on this point. So actually, if you look at these 3 steps, you will know that the easiest and also the ongoing one is the energy side. So what is happening in the energy field, we can see even just during the FOCAC 9, yes, we already signed over 700 megawatts of renewable energy projects between China and the African countries. And also we keep tracking the China and Africa, the renewable energy projects in Africa that has been involved with the Chinese stakeholders from FOCAC 8 to FOCAC 9. Then we find out there is over 150 projects, and also there is 40,000 megawatts projects to be expected. So it's obviously on the way, but we can see somehow like a progress in this green industrialization pictures. So the last page I want to share is maybe some good cases that we identify. The first one I have already mentioned is a special fund for this gray industrial chain. Well, this chain should also need, I mean, further discussion of how we can make it happen, but it's like a key point. The second one is we have noticed there's like many renewable energy projects are booming in the continent, which is related to the mining sector. You can see that's the best destination for the Chinese renewable energy investor now is the mine, because they are definitely the most stable. How do I say? They can pay their fees so that the renewable energy investments can got their financial closure soon. So we definitely, it's a purely business thing. Is maybe not related to boost Africa's green industrialization, but we find it's like a good starting point, and we can also start from there. We can look at more opportunities or more actions that the stakeholders can engage with. So I will just pause here. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, Castle. I was speaking about point one gets thanks for saying, do you mind sharing the presentation? Do you mind sharing the presentation? Like, say the presentation is okay. Your student. So do not nag me, nag Adrian and and Gail, but thanks so much for your presentation. I think what I loved about the session, it really helped us understand that the details are extremely interesting. Africa is not a country. Also, Africa is not a country. What that means just the peculiarities of Africa are so important to get the right results. And I hope you all got that and the presentation, especially I like the particular fact that China is not the biggest mining investor of the country still number 5. But the narrative, and I think we can all testify to this, the narrative that is dominating the continent. In home, I can't say it, but in Shona, we say, my China one. We basically say, the Chinese, they're too many of them. But I know for a fact in Zimbabwe, Canada and UK still own most of the market, So the narrative is important. And I think this feeds into the self-collaboration conversations we want to have to show that even if we think we are collaborating, we're not collaborating as much as we think we are. I'll stop there and ask for questions or clarifications in the rest. This is a lot. Okay, so I'll do 3. Is that okay? Get responses and then another one.
Thank you. I want to ask Gato 2 questions. In your opinion, what should we want? And where should we start?
Yeah, Halo is my opportunity to engage with your papers. I share the front online. My question is, if you are looking at during the structure of the civil property, there was an emphasis on trade liberalization to promote export oriented and growth. Together with that, there was a process of globalization. I don't know whether it's still there or not, but let's look at globalization as it was emerging, maybe in the late 80s, in the 90s. There was a term called the New International Division of Labor. And that term meant, first, it was about the relocation of industries from the West to Asia, based on cost competitiveness around cheap labor, maybe infrastructure and other incentives. But it became associated with the relocation of production, not just the following labor, that industries literally moved from US and developed countries to Asia. We did our part in Africa, and we're creating export processing centers. And now we've got them in South Africa, development corridors. We have them in the Zambia DRC agreement to cooperation agreement. They are talking of special economic zones. We are talking of industrial zones. So the question is the realistic production, can realistic relocation in factories from China to Africa a possibility. And it's in the news that 5 or so companies in the automotive sector are signing up to set up production plants in South Africa and maybe access the Africa free the continent of free trade and the incentives around tariffs reduction. It's all liberalization or African integration. So my question is really, are we that hopeless, or there's hope that there may be a relocation of production to Africa, not only from China, but maybe from the rest of the world with our demographic dividend? Thank you.
Thanks, Hillary. Then do another round after.
Okay. So, Adrian, on research, and I think listening to what Africa needs to do, I'm thinking in terms of just ensuring that we buttress our Pan-Africanism on what have just said, debunking some of these myths. Now, the honorable members, and we pass that back to them, they seem to pass it back to us. But then why can't you then use research and see that from the field of international law and what we can leverage in what is standing in the way of us pushing for Pan-Africanism and using it to ensure that we can get the best out of our minerals. You say we just debunk some of these buzzwords that we use, so that now we will come out and substantively benefit from what we have. Why can't we leverage in research? And that is your fire. We want to see if you have done anything.
I think you can answer this question first. That John doctors. Thank you, Mike. No? Yes.
Thanks. I was saving my answer for maybe the Nobel Prize. On a most serious note, we're gonna have to seriously crack it. As part of, I think, Adrian, in the G20, I'm actually supporting Task Force One as a knowledge partner. So it's very much something I'm working on. Coming up with an answer that makes sense from a G20 perspective, which means it cannot be a unilateral answer. Where do we start? You know me by now. So where do we start? We do our homework. What do I mean by that? We need to really understand what is a realistic prospect from an African perspective, and what we need to realize this. In 2023, 2024, I spent more than a year on a full-time basis trying to understand, as part of the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan that I was leading, where the opportunities are for South Africa to build renewable energy and battery storage industries. The starting point was South Africa, over a period of 10 years, imported more than $10 billion $10 billion of just three products: solar panels, lithium-ion batteries, and inverters. And of course, the renewable energy industry is much bigger than just three products, $10 billion. And so the starting point was like, well, this is not what we want, you know. Yes, we want to see renewable energy, but we don't want to import the products. So what can we make? You know, it's not like there's no market. Suddenly it's South African, it's a market. If you've imported $10 billion of product, there's a market. Okay. And you know, the answer is complex. And my advice to people in the space and these politicians is don't focus on what I call the sexy product. I know it's cool, okay, and it's good PR to go and cut the ribbon on a solar panel factory, but the likelihood is that it's not gonna work. Okay, it's really hard to compete on some of those sexy products. Does it mean that there are no opportunities? Of course not. The value chain has many parts and components and systems. And it's about this, you know, doing the analysis to understand where does it make sense for each country to play a part. It's better to be a world leader in a small product that's only 10% of the end product than trying to do something that's 25%, but that's never going to work. Yeah. And so we did all that homework for South Africa, and we have devised quite a comprehensive framework and master plan to achieve that, which I'm very happy to share as well with everyone. Of course, now we're trying to implement it, and that's a different story altogether. But the starting point is really to understand that potential, and I would argue every country needs to do that for every industry. It's a massive undertaking, and you know we try to do that. Then what do we want? Well, we want deals that are meaningful to pursue these objectives and that leverage. And here we need to go beyond the usual suspects. And I think I say that, you know, because we tend to talk only with mining counterparts. And it's not just an African story. Are the mining companies doing manufacturing? Simple answer is no. You can find a couple of exceptions, but the simple answer is no. Some do first stage beneficiation, some minerals. But that's far as they, and that's understandable. Their business model is mining. So if we want beneficiation and if we want manufacturing and if we want services, then we need to bring new players into the room. It doesn't mean we mustn't speak to the mining guys. Sure, we need to bring them into the room and say, how do we work with you so that actually the minerals can be a pathway to actual services and manufacturing. But these are not the guys who are going to do it. It's not their business. They're not going to do it. Even if you force them, they are going to do it. They'll bring a partner to do it for them, but they're not going to do it themselves. And so, how do we bridge that gap? For me, is really important. How do we negotiate those deals that effectively bring everyone together, both the supply and the demand side? And that has to be in alignment with what's realistic and can be done domestically. You know, again, you know, talk about batteries a lot today. If you want to compete with battery cells, good luck. Good luck. Good luck trying to compete with China. It's literally like a commodity. It's like going to the supermarket to buy a battery cell. It's virtually impossible to compete. The only ones that are managing to compete pay a lot. Okay, it's a massive subsidy. But there are many components in a battery, and most of the jobs are, you know, not necessarily in the cell. So, do you really want to put your eggs into the cell, or do you want to put your eggs in all the other components, the assembly, the maintenance, the installation, the actual rollout, so that you benefit on the ground? I know it's very attractive to go and say, I'm going to open a lithium ion battery by yourself. we've had quite a lot of those prospectors in South Africa. We've been promising to do so for 10 years. I'm yet to see a business plan that adds up. They go to all the development banks and they get the same response every single time. It doesn't add up. Who's going to buy it? There's one case in South Africa where we have to do it, and it's for the automotive industry. Okay, because we have a big automotive industry, and they need to make the batteries, but that's not going to come organically. That's going to come from the top because the OEMs need it or they die. Okay, it's a very different project. And then just lastly, in terms of the Africa's positioning, there is a massive window of opportunity. Okay, and the demand for whatever we want to call it, critical minerals, strategic minerals, green minerals, is a massive opportunity for Africa because we are a massive player, in that landscape. But A, need to understand the opportunity is not the same from one country to another. I said it. It's really important. B, just simply having the mineral doesn't give you a price advantage. Okay? And that again must be generalized. You can double the price of a single mineral in a lithium-ion battery. Take manganese, take lithium, double the price of that mineral. You know the final impact of the price of the battery? Between 2 and 4%. It's significant. So having the mineral doesn't give you a price advantage, more so than you can manufacture it. What it gives you is a supply advantage. It's quite different. You have the mineral, and if the demand is high and supply is constrained, you are in demand. Okay. And that must not be handed over lightly. Deals that are made and are not beneficial for African countries. Okay. Once you're given that access, it's over. Okay. So that is the bargaining power that African countries have in most cases, is the fact that we have access to the minerals. Okay. But the window of opportunity is real. It only needs to be realized. And here, yes, the SSCFTA is critical. But we need to shift from need to market. Is there a great need for all the green technologies in the African continent? Of course there is. But is there today a great market, great demand? Not yet. Not yet. It is latent demand. We have to focus on building the demand in country and on the continent to support our own development, our own industrialization, and our own employment. And so for me, that is, one of the key points that I want to hammer on. We cannot expect to be manufacturing products if all we expect to do is export them. Let's manufacture them that there's actually demand on the continent, and then we actually reap the supply and the demand benefits effectively. And yes, some of it will be exported, but let's look at it from it was like
The demand includes servers, tricycles. So, linking things together.
I'll just be brief. I think the key thing is, as someone working in a think tank organization, is to emphasize the fact that whatever critical mineral strategy we as individual countries or we as a continent adopt, these policies need to be evidence informed. So they cannot be based on aspirations, they cannot be based on ambitions, they need to be based on solid, context-specific research about which policies have worked elsewhere, what are the trade-offs, et cetera, et cetera. Just one example, value addition is incredibly energy intensive. Very many African countries do not have energy that is reliable or available in sufficient amounts to process these minerals. South Africa included. I just left Johannesburg that was in load shedding stage 6. But at the same time, I don't want to simplify the job of the policymaker. The policymaker's job is very difficult and complex because the question of critical minerals in Africa is a complex question. It involves climate issues, trade issues, geopolitics, industrial policy, etc., etc. So I think from our side as researchers, civil society, these organizations, we have to make sure that we are doing our part to provide policymakers with the information they need to be able to take the right decision. Whether or not policymakers take the right decision, that is an obligation for them. But we have to at least make sure that we are doing our part. And that's part of what the African Green Mineral Observatory is about. It doesn't only contain reports and strategies and so on, it also contains the beginnings of mineral profiles as well as country profiles, so that we can begin to understand, because before you can understand what's the strategy, you first need to understand what has been the strategy and also what does the continent look like? Have we done proper mapping exercises to understand what resources we have? And so I think from both the policymaker side and the those who provide the research that informs policy, I think it's important that we both do proper due diligence such that when we produce policies on critical minerals in Africa, that they are informed by evidence. And then I'll conclude also by saying that it's important also that we pay attention to excellent research or policy being developed elsewhere. There's an excellent study, for example, maybe you've got a copy of it, by the African Policy Research Institute, that looks at what are other countries in the world doing on the African continent. Very valuable information to have, because we cannot just, because of the interdependence, the interdependent nature of critical mineral value chains, we cannot simply go about saying this is what we want to do and not understanding what others are doing and how that affects what we want to do, for example. So my hope is that in developing an African green mineral strategy, etc., we can make sure that our discussions are informed by evidence and are robust in that regard.
I know the other questions that we haven't forgotten them.
Yeah.
Okay, one. Any question?
No, I don't think.
I want to give one smartphone. So one and two. Thanks, Kulan. My question is brief. I think in terms of the time to orient to Africa to capitalize on this digital minerals before tech comes up. Do we have a time frame? I asked that question when I think if you look at China from 2019, it was $8 about $100. We are in North America and Europe. And the executive order by Biden shows that America needs 10 years to catch up to China, Europe 15 years. So do we have the leg room as Africa to catch up and be on top of this? Or we are next? Then the second question, I like your reinforcing argument in Indonesia, because everyone is superimposing Indonesia as a case study to say we can do it, but without looking into water issues, without stressing on the energy needs for Indonesia. But more importantly, how Indonesia is very close to mainland China. It's easy for them to then sell the byproducts to China. I want your comment on what Zimbabwe has done and Namibia. Do you say we are banning the export of oil there? At a time when oil prices were at their peak, China catches a cold, prices go down, but the policy still remains, which is now more cheaper for China to export processed lithium. Is now less heavy. They have used much of the water. So do we have the policy autonomy as African governments to catch up to this gigantic value chain we are seeing?
I just wanted to say the report that Adrian mentioned is in front of me. Please get it because I'm not flying them all the way back now.
Thank you to the panel, especially the law. I think you answered your question. What is our homework? So I want to ask a question to remove have seen very good policies or strategies you mentioned, and which priorities are, which includes and priorities such as value addition, technology transfer, cooperation development, etc. But my question is, are there institutions put in place to implement this? Because in my country, I see myself, I'm not told, but I've seen myself Chinese during retail, in the retail market. And I think that 2 or 3 months ago, they arrested 8 Chinese who were doing artisanal mining. And then all what they were, I think, six. They had only $400,000. Me, are they investors, these guys? So what kind of technology do they bring to change the landscape of mining? So that's why my question is, what institutions are put in place to change all these barriers?
Uh, okay, I think maybe I'll respond to the last question first. I think first of all, I think it's a very valuable observations because out of this policy talks, master plans, we definitely wanted to always know what is really happening in the field, that's why I think this event is very important for us to have this conversation. um, I think those people, I don't want to define them as an investor or not, but they are definitely doing business, which is also out of the from the policy level engagement about are you going to this country to mine or not. It's definitely in their business that we cannot engage with. But for the institutes that we want to implement, I think it's something that's at least under the FOCAC framework that both China and Africa side is trying to do, because at the beginning of all these talks, there's no acting institutes. But now you will see like every 3 years there is a presidency country from African side, and they keep doing those somehow like negotiations involving like AU and different Pan Africa institutes to implement. And for the China side, if you check this FOCAC action plan, there's always different fields. Normally there's 8 fields. You see agriculture, you see industrial cooperation, you see education, health corporations, which they all being assigned to different ministries in China. And I mean, it's not the very efficient way to push the China-Africa collaborations, because those are numbers, and then each ministry's got their KPIs to achieve in the next 3 years, and definitely they will make it easier for them just to make this grade looks good. But if the question is if their institute is trying to push, there is, but the thing is they're not efficient enough to make it transferred into actual developments in the continent. And again, from my side, just to comment for all these questions altogether, my one takeaway is probably we also need to consider that we forget about all the policies or policymakers. We make it like a more market oriented things for either for minerals or green industrializations, or we want to have the products manufactured like just mentioned, what's the easiest products that the continents can manufacture now. Because I just want to share two little stories. The first one is when we are trying to find some pilots or frontiers in the continent that is doing manufacturing, except for South Africa, which is different story compared to the rest of the continents. We realize there's one type is quite popular in the recent 1 or 2 years is the mount for the solar panels. Because in the past they usually export from the outside of the continent, but they are very heavy and they don't require high standards for to make it beautiful or make it branded. So they now started to manufacture here. Even during the SEDAC Energy Week, like yesterday, I just met a local solar company that they're manufacturing the solar mounts 30 minutes away from Habruni. So, and there's one in Lusaka, I heard. We can tell there's more coming, and it's also like mineral related products. So we should really see those actions because it's market oriented. Because this localization of manufacturing can actually get the price down and make the company more competitive. The second story is definitely in the mobility for Africa. What they're doing in Zimbabwe is to localize the the assembly of the tricycles and also the battery packs. Definitely, we don't manufacture the cells from the lithium mine near the Harare. So we only do that is they have the cells, they have the chips, and then we can make it simply assembled locally. And also the company save some taxes from all these procedures, and the local young people learn the technologies, and then maybe the changes will happen. So just want us to share these two positive little story that maybe this is the direction that we're heading to.
Thanks. So I'll try and be brief, but time frames look, I mean, yeah, that was very crystal. But I think what's quite clear, I think for now at least, is that the direction of travel is more demand. Okay, more demand for most of these minerals, and which, by the way, doesn't mean there won't be short-term volatility, because people always get surprised. Oh, well, prices are down. This is a commodity-based industry. There's always going to be volatility. Okay, but the direction of travel is different. So there could be some dips. Actually, there will be some dips. Okay, because it is the long term is that there will be more. But I'd say that we shouldn't sleep, because there's a lot of research being done to reduce dependencies on these minerals. That's the case for some platinum. A lot of work being done to replace platinum because a lot of countries don't like the fact that pretty much you bound to South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Russia to find platinum. So there's a lot of research being done there. There's a lot of recycling happening, which of course we want to see on a global scale, but is again shifting the balance towards consuming countries. Again, yeah, platinum is a key example. If recycling were a country, it would be the second largest supplier of platinum globally. Okay, after South Africa. And that's all the utility going into recycling platinum. So it shows you that we have to not sleep. Then, in terms of the policy autonomy and what's happening on the continent, well, it depends who you are and it depends what situation you're into. If you're Morocco and you're looking at phosphate all the way to fertilizer, I'd argue by and large you can do what you want. I mean, you're the largest exporter of phosphate rock. You're the largest exporter of phosphoric acid, and you control 20% of the entire value chain from phosphoric rock to fertilizer globally. Okay, as a country. Here you can pretty much do what you want. I mean, there isn't really much of an alternative for anyone else. You control the value chain. I mean, the only other significant player that varies is China, but they keep it all themselves. So they're not really a global player in that sense. So Morocco is a big player. But if you are on the other extreme, you're Sierra Leone trying to export iron ore. Iron ore is 80% of Sierra Leone total export. Okay, so extreme dependency. All right. Most of that of the 90% goes to China. I didn't know I was allowed graphs, but I will show you graphs otherwise. I'll show you the export of iron ore from Sierra Leone. From one year to another, it's like this, depending on whether or not there's demand out of China. How do you expect to develop in a context like this? You know, when 1 year, lots of export, the year no export. Then zero policy autonomy. What can you do? Very difficult. Very difficult. So, I think one is to understand the situation. What's the positioning? How dependent are you on these exports? What's your position on global markets? Are you a leader? Are you first tier or are you marginal producers? And who are your partners and what kind of relationships do you have to stabilize that demand pattern going forward and potentially look into more value negotiation? So these are three components that you need to internalize. And that is very country specific, and I would even argue is country plus mineral specific. It's not just country specific. You also need so the answer, as always in economics, is it depends. But I think there's a lot that we can do.
Sure. So there's a round of applause for while they hit, I think my last reflections on this panel was if you look at the current lithium price compared to 2019, no, actually, the current lithium price from 2019, it's a month because it went to and now it's crashing a bit. And as it's evolving, it's stressed. I know this is not good, like it speaks to the conversation that we're having.
Yeah.
This is what happens in country. Yeah. But also, another point I think is important is to remind ourselves that even though there are specifics of the country, is that does not mean there are no synergies that are between in country. I know sometimes they can be too room influence, I understand the feeling, but the idea is to be able to delve into the details and see where the synergies can still exist. And still adding that there can be cooperation between the African countries when it comes to some of these negotiations, especially when it's regional to regional block. That's it. Thank you so much for being worthy, amazing participants over there. Well, and I'm sure you can all attest, we always go to these things, and I'm just really grateful that we have such a great crowd around us. Tomorrow again will be day 2, lighter than today, imagine. How nice and loud. But definitely be a lot more self cooperation because we have partners. I was speaking from China as well as Latin America. Please, let's try to keep our time as much as possible. It's extremely important because I'm speaking from online. And also I think there'll be photo shoots tomorrow, so once you come with the suit tabs. They're like, no pressure, but I just a photo that will share everyone to have memories from that session. And please note there will be tea outside just now. Please don't run away. I will be looking for one of you for your ATMs. I will lose my job. You do not take your money. Because I'll look like I did not have a But again, thank you so much. Enjoy your evening. Have dinner wherever you want. And I hope you have dinner with each other to carry on the conversations. And definitely meet something again tomorrow at the same time. Awesome. Bye. Thank you. Thank you. Hey. That's it. I'm just hoping tomorrow. Enjoy your duty.
Camera. You just switch off the camera. That's